Are we all good to go? Hi, everyone! I can hear that music there, hear that music there. Hello, I hope your week's been well. My week has been. But hi, everyone. Let's see. Congratulations on being first fierce. And hi, Rodrigo and Clem and Lockages. It's been a second since I read that name before. We also have Kiwi. Hello, and Giga's World, or is it Giga's World? Welcome to you as well. Hello. And we also have Chuck. And I think that's all the names. Hi, how are you all doing? I hope your week has been great. This week was supposed to be kind of like a, what would you call it? A celebration wrap with the anniversary of me streaming for a year since last week. So I was supposed to take a break yesterday, and it's like, it's like Gigi Swords? Is that how you say it? Did I get any closer? I can try again if you'd like. And hi, Ignoron. Welcome to stream. Hello. And hello to you as well, Ferris. I don't usually ever take breaks. So yesterday was the first time. However, I was sick. So it turned into me first getting sick on Friday, and then Saturday turned around, still wasn't feeling too well, but by the end, felt better. And am I catching bugs? Hi, Scyther. Fancy seeing you here on today of all days. I think I have the reference for the Pokemon. But we'll see. And catching bugs. Oh yeah. The good news is as well, last week I was able to figure out some bugs in my game. So it seems to be the case, knock on wood, that my game is currently bug quote-unquote free. At least ones that have been found and acknowledged. So that's good news. Right now all I'm doing is refactoring code and cleaning things up. So all over the place, I'm excited. We're making a lot of progress. A lot of progress with Pixelart, a lot of progress with the game. I couldn't be in a greater place. I'm hoping next week we'll get to talk about and plan Goose. And can I spend all of my Stardust? The Stardust is there, Ferris, for you to use as you see fit. I have no ability to stop you unless I disable the Stardust. But if you see anything that piques your interest, by all means, feel free to go wild. I hope all of you have been well, though. It's a little bit unfortunate today's the only day we'll be here together, you and I. But you know what? We can make the best of it and the greatest of it. And then next week, we can come back bigger and better than ever before. I'm thinking, well, what topics do you think we should cover for Pixelart? I have a few on a list I'm thinking of, but there's no pitch redeem. What's a pitch redeem, Check? Could you elaborate a little? Oh, elevator pitch. I need to work on making official cards for it. So that's the only reason it's not there currently. I want to get a little bit more organized for the moment. It'll be back next week, but I've gotta get some things under my belt first. Well, right now I think it is the case that we have Bugs, right? Bugs is today. And is there a voice act that you don't allow? It should say so, but I'm thinking if it doesn't say it, I won't curse, things of that nature. Aside from that, I don't think there's anything else. Aside from like, anything that would be stream appropriate, safe for work, things of that nature. That's the sort of thing I'm aiming for. As I always try to think of it as, would your grandma watch this? Would she be okay with you watching this? That's the approach I take to all the streaming things. So if you think the answer is, and I'm not talking like a cool and hip grandma, I'm talking about the grandma that gives you cookies and thinks, oh my goodness, you could never do such a thing. That type of grandma, not the one that lets you stay up past your bedtime. And so anything like tsundere something? Yep, tsundere is fine. Yandere, we can steer away from the yandere for now, but yeah, tsundere would be fine. Saying that though, that timer is up, so let's go ahead and get into things, shall we? Let me go ahead and go to planning screen. Today should be a lot of fun. And this is your granny's broadcast. She's always watching over the shoulder, ready to have me on speed dial. As you can see, it's going to be okay. Today we'll be studying bugs. As I said, I never know how things are gonna go. And hi, Arcani, or maybe it's Arky is my best guess. You can tell me how close I got, and I can try again. But hello, and welcome in. So we'll start off with warning, Pixelart update, talk about resources, then we'll get into drawing, and then we'll do the community review. And I'll work you through what these guys mean step by step. The hope is that we're going to draw some of those bugs. I'm thinking we can try to first start off with maybe worms, since I feel like those will be the easiest. I want to get worms, maybe bees, butterflies, and spiders. That's That's the thing I'm going for. And it is indeed way to say it. Arc and then he. Arky. Got ya. Welcome in, Arky. Hello. Saying that though, I will start off by saying this as a clear warning to the people who will heed it. We're going to be looking at bugs. We're going to be looking at real pictures of bugs, including spiders, not centipedes or millipedes. I can't go that far. But if you have a gross factor to bugs, be aware. I tried my best to not make them as bug as possible, but we do have some pictures of real bugs, so I put that warning out there should you need to heed it. Saying that though, let me go ahead and move this guy over here. And hi Sanova, welcome to stream. Welcome back. And I think we need a bug pun counter. I think everyone can be on their best behavior. And hi as well, Sanapa. Welcome in. You did farm animals, now you're doing bugs, so aquatic animals. Ooh. I do know I want to do forest animals at some point, but I don't want to do animals back to back. But next up in animals related things, so it is going to be forest animals. And
Faris
the sound didn't do the sound thing. What a shame. Hold on. Why didn't you do it? I see it, but I don't hear it. But posture check. All right, then let me make sure I sit up nice and straight. Thank you for that redo. Saying that though, let's go into Pura. Alrighty. So here we are in Pura. Let me move you over there. Let me go ahead and hide. Let's see. This guy here.
Check _14 just redeemed hydrate.
Hold on. Maybe, can you hear the audio, or is it just the me side of things? Because for some reason I can't hear it. Let me try. Seeing if I do. You hear.
Faris _5911 just redeemed. Do a voice /act for 5 minutes.
Let me see.
I'm sorry,
just wondering
but
about the audio. Everything always feels a little funny. But I'm gonna guess maybe you can hear it on your side. Just let me know. I'll go from this guy here. The audio's there for us? Okay, good. That's all that matters, son. I just have to be very aware of glasses.
just redeemed
sure.
Glasses
Let me get out that clock. There we go. The glasses will be on for 10 minutes. Glasses are on. Let me get that timer prepared for the voice, and then we can get started. And also really enjoy the art. I'm glad to see more people are getting into enjoying pixel art and game development. Lovely! Weirdly enough, it seems very common, but the people usually doing game development or pixel art don't have a nice way of interacting with people around. Interesting. That's interesting to hear. It wasn't too long ago that I found pixel art and game development, and I always feel it's the case of getting introduced to game development. You usually want to make your own stuff, so getting to be a pixel artist is that kind of bridge where you don't have to be really good at art. You just need a little bit to know a lot of it to get started. Thank you for that redeem, Clone. Thank you for that redeem as well, Ferris. And I saw that hydrate. It's making it a little bit tricky since I can't see the words, but I got it. Hydrate. Let's see. Alrighty. And then last but not least, let me grab over the words. And one has to be careful of the blue light on the screen. Do you mean all this blue? Let me go ahead and grab you here. I'll just grab this guy, paste him here. Or actually, hold on. Give me a second. Paste duplicate. We're going to call you words, and you're going to be, let's say, rename. Gonna call you voice timer. And then you're going to be, oh, that's wrong. Oh boy, it's always wacky with the settings, but that's okay. You're there, and then we can just duplicate you. I believe, hold on. Copy, paste. Oh, copy, paste, duplicate. There you go. And you're going to be voice, and then TSUNDRE, 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll move this guy down here, and I do read that. Good. Lovely. Okay, so we have this down here, and then this timer here is going to be, let's see, you're there, and then you're up there. So let's slide you down there, for now at least. Move you, let's see. And hi, pal. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Let's see. You there. Okay. And then, gonna rename you, and slide you here and here. I think we should be good to go. And you move you back here. Yep, to where you were. There you go. And then, you go here. You can then go here, and do you here. And then, let's just do a good old quick double check. I don't know if I got this or not. It's basically a stubborn person. That's the best way to describe. So let's see. Tools, double check, make sure everything's good to go. So we have you here. You're going to be let's see. You are this guy here. Make sure you're set to 8 minutes. Good, lovely. And then as far as you're concerned, you're going to be set to 5 minutes. You're going to be making
No
sure
just
we have
followed.
you. Okay, timer should be good. Lovely. That guy's not funny. Never good with this UI thing, so let's say okay. Let's see. You're there. You're there. You're there. There we go. We'll just do this. And then, lovely. Okay, good. Now, was there another redeem I just saw? Or we're good? Good. Okay, let me slide this guy up here, and then we can get started. Thank you for sticking with the technical difficulties. This guy here. Okie dokie. And thank you. Oh, that's a shame. I can't hear the following. Thank you. Was it Arky, right? Thank you for the follow. And thank you as well to No Mabel Baby. You tell me what place I got, but thank you as well. Okay, I think we're good to go. Alrighty. And let's see. Let me go ahead and do this here. Nope, wrong guy. That guy there. Let's see. Too many things, I tell you. That's okay. We'll hide that there. Show that there. Alrighty. So, it's not like I care or anything about Pixelart of the Day, but just so you know, Pixelart of the Day is this thing I sometimes like to do. It's not that I like to do it a lot, but we do it at the start of the stream, and what we do is we look at some Pixelart we maybe like, but it's not like I like it or anything. It just happens to be up on here, but I find out on either Twitter, Pinterest, or Instagram. Terrible places to go, but sometimes I go there, and we spend 8 minutes looking at it, thinking what we like about it, what we dislike about it, and trying to see if we can get our minds into the idea of looking at Pixelart as to see if you like it or not, or if you do like it is pretty important when it comes to making things. For example, playing games you like or just don't like, or looking at art you like and don't like can help you learn what you like, what you don't like. Saying that, we have some of the options on screen here you can see, such as silhouettes, design, colors. So let's spend maybe 8 minutes looking at this and seeing what your opinions are. As, again, it's not like I like this or anything, but it's okay, I guess. Saying that, let's go ahead and start that timer on 8 minutes. Now, what are some things you like or don't like about this picture? For me, at least, to start, not that I'm saying I do like it, but when I look at this, I kind of enjoy the light that comes with the eyes and the wings. It's an interesting idea. It's okay, I guess, but I'm gonna put it down on this list for no particular reason. So I'll put on here wings and eyes, reflection, and light. And let me move you there. That way you can see it a little bit better, if you were looking to see it at least. The king frog between the wings. Frog? Oh, that's this art happens to be made by Coin Crown. I'm guessing that's their logo, their signature, so to speak. And hi, Nerd Killer. Welcome to stream. Or, it's not that I'm happy that you're here. It's just, you happen to be here, and welcome in. Saying that, though, you enjoy that they capture the fuzzy feeling? I can agree to that, I guess, in the sense that fuzzy feeling. I like, maybe, in the sense that the lines, fuzzy feeling, lines for the fluff. That's what I'll put on there. And off topic, but I love how the flower's shaded. Not off topic, I think, or maybe I don't, but the idea behind it being the whole piece, what the person's trying to go with, as in, if it was a field of flowers versus one flowers, I think it gives off a different feel, a different meaning, and that can be important in the sense of what are you trying to do, and it's not saying it's a good idea or not, I'm just saying I enjoy it, not that I do, but maybe I don't. So let's see here. King Frog, what is the top of the piece being empty? It feels like a trading card. I can see it. Well, speaking of composition, if you look right, you have the clouds here at the bottom, then you have this big circle, and if you see in the middle, that's the bee. So the focus is on the bee and the flower, which I think, or maybe I don't, is the great idea when it comes to the bee in the center. So I'll put on here composition, S-I-S, composition, clouds, circle, bee. I enjoy it, and hi, Flame Dew. It's not like I'm happy you're here or anything, but welcome in. And I'm sorry the voice acting is too weird. I'm having fun. I mean, it's not like I'm having fun or anything. And you're making right ankles with your thought process. Good. So let's see. What else do you notice about this painting? For me, I like to think of it in terms of color. So what I'm seeing is blue You can even see blue, purple, white, yellow, blue, purple, blue, purple, white, yellow, green. These are the colors I'm seeing. You have the white from the bee's wings and in the flower. You have it in the purple clouds in the background. You have the purple from the clouds, and then you also have the purple in your eye. So I think all in all, the colors do go well together. If I were to guess at least. And let's see, transparent wings. I do think they're very pretty. Or I guess they're pretty. Wings and eyes, that's what I was talking about up here. Wings and eyes, reflection on the light. I like how, I don't even know how they managed to do it. Even here, that pixel there, I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's just showing the reflection of it. It's really pretty. And hi, Craft Man. Welcome into stream. Not that I enjoy that you're here, but welcome in regardless. Let's see. I did read that. Good. Okay. And I think so maybe I am. I don't really care. The timer's up though. And my apologies to any of you that I have confused. I really do like this art piece. I try my best to find art I like at a glance and then try my best to see, okay, why do I like the art? That's usually what I question in. So for example, I didn't see the voice. No worries, Nerd Killer. Sometimes it's the unexpected that goes to a great extent. I do, yeah, white. There's white. There's also a little bit of yellow and gray. And it's a bluish gray, which I think adds to the gray. So we'll do here, gray wings. Well, gray and white wings. And the gray is blue, or gray is cool, like blue, to help blend in with background. Ground, Ground. There we are. And time's up. Yep. Or maybe you don't. Who can know these things? And let's see. You hurt both my ears and brain? That's plenty impressive. Good. That means I'm doing my job. Saying that, what's something else you notice? I could see, could you see this as being a gray? The white in the flowers? I really do feel like the colors go well together. Even here, right? In the stem. Oh, timer's up for the glasses. No more glasses. No more big bringing in time. For the words here. There's gray. Oh, did you even notice that? There's also gray in the clouds. I did not notice that. There's gray everywhere. Hold on. Gray blends things together in B, clouds, flower, and a flower. That's interesting. Clouds and flower. How neat. And I did read that. Good. And purple and gray, yeah. Purple and gray do go well together. And hi, Travis. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I really do like the... Oh, you know, they also use anti-aliasing. That's where you try to blend the colors in with other colors by rounding them out with different colors, as in the sense of, if I zoom out here, right? Do you kind of feel how this feels round? Okay, so look up here, right? The outside of this flower compared to the bottom of this flower. Doesn't the top feel sharper than the bottom? That's the anti-aliasing in action. But then if you look here, it's trying to blend in the outside lines down here, but it's keeping the top lines sharp. But on the inside of the flower, there's anti-aliasing. So it's keeping the insides round, which I think is interesting. Huh, okay, I'll put that down. Anti-aliasing. Oh, I don't know how to spell it. You know what? Let's AA. AA on outside at bottom, and then inside at top. That's interesting. And one important thing about insects are from the sensory legs. What do you mean in terms of how they function? Or can you elaborate a little bit? Let's see, we've got about a minute left. Anything else we can notice on here? I just think that's super interesting. The anti-aliasing bits, they also use a bit of colored and not colored outlines. For example, all of this is black, right? And anti-aliasing anonymous. Send in your worries now. I also think it's interesting to note how they don't stick to one outline. For example, all of this is black on the initial outline, but then you look inside the flower and notice how this is all not, what is this, colored outline, shaded color outline, where, shaded color outline, where the big image is black outline. So I'll do outline, black, but inside outline is shaded color. That's super interesting. There we go. And art so good, you've been using batteries to describe it. Double A. Oh man, let's see. I think that's all I can garner at least in the 8 minutes. But I really do I like the reflection. I like how shiny it feels. That's the takeaway I have from this, is the fact that they used really well. Even here, the purple, maybe they're using it as a reflection of the clouds, which is interesting. And antennas, I think they're called. These are called antennas, indeed. Yep. But that timer is up. So thank you for all of your notes and observations. And the great uses of the color. Oh, okay, I did read that. Good. Okay, saying that though, that is Pixelart of the day. So let's go back into planning, just so I can double check with everything. Make sure we're on the right path. And bye, Eris. I couldn't stay here for long. Adios. Thank you for stopping by, Ferris. I hope you enjoyed it while it lasted, and I hope you have a lovely day. Tsundere voice. Saying that, we've done our warning, we've done our Pixelart of the day. Now let's talk about some resources. But before that, let me show you a quick thing here. Let me go ahead and hi. Oh, that's the person that just followed. I didn't remember how to say it. Noble? Nomable? Maybe? Notable? You can tell me how close I got, but hi. And have you heard of the site Pixelart? I have indeed. I've tried to use it for a stream before, but the canvas size wasn't too good. But it definitely is a really interesting Pixelart program. So let's see if I do on here !discord, that guy there. And then I also go ahead and do this. This guy here. Lovely. Okay, so to those of you that don't know, I have a Discord. And the idea behind me doing these Pixelart study streams is that once a week, we try to do a topic and we study the topic. And you, if you'd like, you're free to try to study along. So if you join the Discord, you'll see here the welcome screen. And then you can navigate to the Pixelart studies with me. And as you can see, we've done previous Pixelart topics. So if you happen to draw a bug, we'll take a look at it if you post it in the bug study. As you can see here, if I go ahead and open up this guy, you'll see I've already linked both the stream, the resources, things of that nature. So if you'd like to have your art like that and you want to participate, that's an option for you. That'll be the community stream at the end of stream. So let me see if I hide that guy. That's what that guy means, the community review. And then from there, let's talk about some resources. Speaking of which, so if I go ahead and do !study, I believe, yes, lovely. It should bring you to the bug study. So let me go ahead and copy that guy. Let me go ahead and paste him on here. Lovely. Okay. And then from there, let me go ahead and click this guy here. And let me go ahead and go to you here. Lovely. Alrighty. And to those of you that didn't know as well, I have a website. I try my best to cover all aspects of game development. So from music to programming to even pixel art. And since we're studying pixel art today, the different topics, you can see here, there you go, getting started pixel art. So if you've ever wanted to get started with pixel art but don't know how to get started, I have here a video that covers this article. But if you're more of a reader, I also have the article for you to read and look through. It covers articles, other articles, programs, and videos, people who have more credentials than I. I'm still very new at this, so since I'm no expert, I can point you to experts. And the study of choice today that we have is bugs. So I can go ahead and even type up here bugs, and you can see bug study. We've also done water, animal, building, exteriors. So if I click on bug study, you can see that's the current stream. And then, okay. So sometimes it's the case where if we do a certain study, there's a lot of resources out there in terms of YouTube videos. Sometimes there's a lot, sometimes there's a little. I had big trouble finding videos where people say, oh, look, this is how we draw pixel art bugs. For example, this guy here, he talks about drawing fireflies and his method of drawing fireflies. So I try my best when I can to find videos of that nature. And Eris Ezer Industrials does not guarantee that the host will remember to do the community review. I have done it for the past at least 5 times. I've gotten better. And 3 pixel art tutorials, go. This was the only one I could find, unfortunately. But if any of you can find a tutorial that happens to do with bugs and drawing bugs, feel free to put it in the Discord as well under the bug section, and then I can update the page as I want people learn in different ways. So finding different mediums, be it reading or listening or doing something else, it can help people study differently. So if you can find it, let me know. As far as resources go, we have this one here, and I cannot remember how to say the name, but this guy, he has articles he does, and you can see here, I thought this would be handy since he talks about small pixels, and since we'll be drawing small bugs, maybe it's one you want to look through. I like them because there's usually a lot of GIFs that you can look through and have fun looking at and having them saved on the sideline. Next up, we have sprites. And if you haven't heard of it before, there's this website called the Spriters Resource, and it's really fun and really neat. If you're trying to get better at pixel art, if you want, if you're trying to learn, I think the best way, as we did with Pixel Art of the Day, is looking at other artists who have figured out what they're doing and breaking their work down and saying how do they do it, why do they do it. So a website like this, the Sprider Resource, I have managed to collect all the links that I can to any Pixel Art game I know about. And in this case, these are all games that have bugs in them. So you hopefully, maybe you have a favorite game on here that you can look to for reference. So for example, here in, let's do Pokemon, for example. If you go here, there's Pokemon sprites. And if I click on this guy here, what I can do is I can click this button, download the sheet, and then you can bring it into your program of choice. So if I, hi Beatus, welcome to stream. So if I click the download the sheet button, unga bunga, what I can do is I can import all of these sprites. And now, for example, say I wanna, oh, this one. I don't remember this Pokemon's name, but say you wanted to draw a bug like this Pixelart, you wouldn't know what size it is. So one thing you could do to get reference and just, oh, don't look at that. You're not supposed to see that just yet. But I can paste this down, and then I can say for certain, right? This sprite is 64 by 64. That's what using these websites is handy for. And then you can also see in detail what techniques they're using, for example, the colored outlines, anti-aliasing that we were talking about before down here. So something of just a nice resource to have. Venomoth, thank you. I really only remember the Gen 1. And is the Pokemon Black and White sprites on there? I believe so, yes. Let me go back into here. We can take a check together. Let's see, this guy here? Yep. We have Pokemon Black and White 1 and 2, and Ruby and Sapphire. We've also got a few other ones on here. So if, oh, that needs to be linked. But I tried my best to gather as many games that had that thing. And Venomoth is Gen 1? Okay, so maybe I was not very big into bug Pokemon. I just stuck to my Charmander and my fairies. And speaking of Spriter's resource, there's also this website called itch.io. If you are a game developer, you probably know about this website. You've probably gotten assets from it, or you've probably uploaded your game to it. Like with the Spriter's resource, people will upload assets. And the idea is that not only can you put these assets in your game, but you can, just like with the Spriter's resource, download them. So for example, this guy here, say I wanted to learn how to draw this dragonfly, I could download them and then study them. So that's the idea, is that try to use as many resources as you can. Let me go ahead and close this guy, and I believe that's it. Yep. I also link here to some sprites I was able to find from people who have allowed you to. And my hope is that I try to find as many free resources as I can. So for example, there's some sprites, like character sprites, that are paid for. So I try my best to link to the ones that are as free as possible, so you can get all the knowledge for as free as possible. And I love the 2.5 camera. I don't remember. I haven't gotten to Pokemon Black and White. I'm still on Pokemon Yellow. I'll be there eventually, though. Saying that, though, I believe that's all the resources. So let's go back into planning. And let me get some water. Alrighty. So now we are on to the draw section. Now, I'm thinking it would be a great idea to start with worms and work our way up. There's a lot of creatures I'd like to do, but I never know how much time we have. If I go back into here, I think what would be important to talk about is the purpose of the sprite. It's something we've talked about before, but I think your best bet for making anything is knowing why you're making it. So for example, if we go back into draw here, and I scooch up a little bit more, grab my pen, and I scroll out of here, this is currently the main character of my game. And one reason I want to try doing bugs is because she has a little spider familiar. So my hope is that by learning how to draw spiders, maybe I can give her spider familiar an upgrade. And kind of bummed it looks like the sprites for Webbed aren't available. Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me. There's this game called Webbed. Hold on, let me pull it up. Webbed, and then there's this other one. Let me find it. I've been playing Webbed. I've completely lost, but I've been playing it. There's Webbed, and then there's another one. Let me see if I can find it. It's on my wish list, as I think it's really cool to point out. Let's see. It's Webbed, and then it was Webbed, and where are we at? It was like a pet simulator, but for bugs. I thought it was, Bugaboo Pocket. Okay, let me show you really quickly. Bugaboo Pocket. So if you're looking for pixel art games that are specifically bugs, you should take a look at these guys. Let me go back into this guy here. Yep, okay. So there's Webbed, the one that was just referenced, and you play as a little spider, and he's adorable. Look at him. Oh no, I'm lagging. Look at him. It's all pixel art. And I wish you could see the assets, but for me at least, I'm really dying because of the thing. For me at least, playing pixel art games helps me get better at making the pixel art itself. So if you're interested in drawing bugs, maybe play this game. Another game is, and I've been thinking about getting it, it's called Bugaboo Pocket. This one's like a pocket pet, but with bugs. And I thought it was so cute. And it's like, you're into that sort of thing. That's also there. And this game's my wish list. Yeah. It's on mine too. Soon one day. And I hate spiders. That is completely understandable. Saying that though, let's go back into draw. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to do that, but I forgot to put it on my list. And hi, Subs. Subs Burgos, is that how you say it? Welcome into the stream. And on this version of the song, you'll be able to find the link to the version. I believe this is made by Game Chops, though, and I do like the song as well. And Dewdrop Dynasty is coming at some point, too. Hold on, let me save that. Copy and paste. Lovely. Okay, great. Good. Thank you. Saying that, right? My character is currently standing at 32 wide by 48 tall. I'm looking at this guy here for reference. Oh, you can barely see it. Hold on. I slide this guy up a little bit. You should be able to hopefully see the numbers now a little bit better. But some other characters, maybe they're 16 by 16, or maybe they're 16 wide by 32 tall. And if you're making a game around, if bugs are your main focus, maybe your bug is the main character, so you give them this much space. But if you're making a game where the bugs are the background, so they're just little critters you can capture, then maybe you make your bug smaller than your character. However, if your bug is supposed to be a big boss, maybe you make them bigger than your character, like big. So it comes down to that idea of what are you trying to do with your bug? Are you using it as a main character? Are you using it as set dressing? Are you using it as a bigger guy to play? And I think if we go to here, I have some references. Let me pause this guy. I can show it best if we take a look at some of the bee references I was able to grab. So for example, this is the bee from Terraria, and I do not have him on hand. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab him. Player. We're at character. Where's the Terraria character? Metal Slug. No, I'm looking for Terraria. And I don't think I can find it. What a shame. Okay. That's A-okay. Terraria characters are about, let's see. Let me close this guy. Let me reopen you. I'll grab you. Terraria characters are about this big. So I can grab this here. As you can see, the bug is very much bigger than the main character. So the idea is that because this is a boss character, it needs to be bigger than you. However, if you're using a background bug, like maybe this, these bugs are from Fields of Mystria. Is it Mystria or Mystra? Then the bugs are really tiny and small to helpfully give that sense of sizing. So the idea is that, depending on how big, and for our purposes, we're going to go with bugs that you would find in the world. And a sizable pet, yeah. Creatures you can pet. And if you are, this one's from Adventure Time. Depending on the size of your character, depending on what your purpose is for the bug, or for really anything, it will depend on what size. Because the bigger you go, the more detailed it is. But then again, sometimes you don't need a lot of detail to depict us. Just showing here, I believe, let's see, I believe this is a Terraria bug? No, which guy are you? You're from, let's see, Turnip? No. Brave Potion? No. No. Oh, Fez. This is a worm from Fez. Very few pixels, but it works, right? And that's the thing of scale, because these are all worms, but depending on how big you're going for. And I'm sorry, yours, but that abomination on the bottom isn't tiny. Huh? This thing? We don't talk about that thing. You don't look that way. I regret so much. Oh man. If we get to there, we'll get to there. But don't look at it while you don't have to. And small and French-shaped, what more can you want? Small and French-shaped is the one I want to go for. Saying that, let's start with worms. And I think what would be the best way to go about it is to have a world for the worms to exist in. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and make our colors about here. Maybe we can do like a limeish green about here for our background. No, that's too bright. Maybe there. There we go. Some grass like this, some ground. And let me also open up a palette. Usually I like using Resurrect 64. I change it up every now and then, but this is the guy I'll be using. There you go. And let's see. Hi, Sharky. Welcome in. Let's see. Read this with the most exaggerated. Well. Welcome in. Let's see. Let me make sure I also move this guy back here so I can read all the things and stuff. Okay, good. Lovely. Saying all of that, though, what do you think we should cover first? I think worms will be the easiest because they're so small. So we'll start with worms. And I have a few references for worms. I love it as usual. Good. So let's go ahead and slide over here. I've tried my best to section it off. For example, this is, let's see. Flies, not flies. Butterflies, moths, we have ants, we have spiders, we have bees, we have worms, or beetles, snails. Let's just stick to here. Let's go ahead and see. So for this guy here, this is an Adventure Time bug. This is, I think, like a boss bug, which is why he's so big, and then he has those little minions here. And I've also tried my best to see about movement and animation. So for example, here you can see the little worm moving. So if we just go ahead and go to this guy here, let's see. Oh, a lot of frames. Okay, let's go here. Let's click on play here. This is the worm animation for this guy. He's got a really long worm animation that is 10 frames long. And that guy has moosels. Oh boy, does he? Look here, if I go back to here, I'm guessing, and let me find the exact game. Is it, not you, not you. It's called Where's the Moon? Oh, let me move that. It won't let me move it. Where's the Moon? Where the moon goes at night. And my guess is that it starts as a little guy that you see, you're like, oh, it's so cute. And then like Ditto or something, it pops out of the ground. It's just muscles. That's my guess. Let's see. And that's the Dream Worm King. His tiny head, though, it's like a lure, is my guess. So let's try to draw like a 1 pixel worm. I want to see if we can figure out a way to animate them. And I sort of regret about learning what velvet worms are just now. I might have to do that for later. Velvet worm. There we go. Oh, why have I done that? I regret it. I should have listened to your regret. So let's try first to see if we can animate a little guy like this. And what I'm noticing, right, is, let's see. He starts squished, then he goes a little bit longer, and then he goes up, and he squishes and unsquishes. Let's see if we can do that. And his tiny head, though, he's just a little muscle man. And velvet worms are so cool. Anything that has a lot of legs, or looks like it has a lot of legs, I have learned I do not enjoy. And that's surely a bug from Australia. Feels like it. So going back here, for a small worm, right? Let's go ahead and maybe do the green colors. Or you know what? Let's do pink. Some worms are pink, or some of them at least. Let's do some of these guys. So we have this pink. Let's do this pink, I think. And on one hand, friend-shaped. On the other, legs. It feels like it would be a perfect, it'd be a lovely friend. It's just these muscles. Let's see here. Go back to this guy. Okay. So for our purposes, let's try to keep it around this character size. And what I'll do as well is make this a little bit less visible. That way you can still see the background. And then we'll also move these guys over. So let me go ahead and slide this guy. So I want to see if we can, oh, wrong layer. I want to see if we can get some bugs crawling and wriggling around. Excuse me, it's called moosels. Big moosels. Let me zoom in a little bit here so it's visible. And then let me slide over here. Now, I thought it would be a good idea to look at bug references, real life bug references. So I do have some worm images. And again, if you're not a fan of bugs, this is not the stream for you. But I've done enough heating warnings. Let me scroll out so I can show you the worms. So I only have a few worms. There was only so much I could stomach in terms of finding creatures. But here's some worm images. I don't know all the worm names. I did used to want to be an entomologist, but times have changed since I realized bugs are bugs. However, we do have some worm images here, and I am seeing that idea of that it's just a lot of lines and wiggly lines. However, if you kind of zoom in here, you can also see some of them have bandings. And if I go back here, some have different colorations. This guy has a little big band on him. Some of these look like, I think, mealworms they're called, and then I think these are bloodworms. So depending on your worms, they come in different sizes and lengths. And, worm plus maggot combo reference. And looks like some of the bee sprites are from, oh, I have tried that game before, but I don't believe so, no. I don't have any sprites, but I will see if that is a thing, Spriter's Resource. I get all of the sprites from Spriter's Resource, so if they don't have it, I don't tend to link it. I don't think they have that game, but I have played that game before. It's a nice game. And I'm a big fan of mosquito myself. Ooh, I do have some mosquito images. So I'm thinking, let's try to draw a simple line worm. Very simple, and then let's go from there. So let's go back into this guy here. Go back into draw. And the wiki got some somewhere. Oh, true. I have to take a look at the wiki. I've done that for like Fields of Mystria and for Terraria. And I completely forgot you could sometimes download the assets from the wiki themselves. So thank you for pointing that out. I will certainly add that. So let's see. Let's go back here. I'll go ahead and make you smaller, and then let me make this guy bigger. So if we go to our PRF screen, I should be able to just drag this guy so I can see this reference and you can see this reference. Let me go ahead and pin this guy here. Then I can scroll out, and now you can see the worms. And let me make this guy a little bit bigger. Like, oh, that big should work. Okay, so saying that, we just have a little line we want to focus on. And I love cartoon worms. I don't know why they look so adorable, and the real worms are like, bleh. That's the thing. Sometimes it can look super cute, sometimes not. It just really depends. So let's see. We have this guy here. So maybe let's make our worm about this big. Let's see, 1, 2. I want to have where they're going up and give them a tiny worm crown. How would I even do that? Would that just be like a, let's see. You might have to be a little bit bigger. Or do you mean worm crown like this? Is that why you made my worm crowd? And you got me trying to think of every pixel bug game I know. There's not many. The ones that are out there are really good. Let me move this guy down a little bit. And what I wanted to do was make him 7 wide because I want a way for it to go up. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is the start of a worm. From there, what I can do is I can do Alt B. No, we want to do Alt N. That'll make a new layer, then we'll make a new frame. And if I go ahead and zoom this guy in, make him a little bigger, we now have 2 frames. So if I go ahead and just erase this guy here, like, oh, actually, hold on. We need to make this a different layer. Let me do new layer, paste you, and then new layer. That way the bugs are in one layer, the characters are in one layer. And then from there, I'll also add an onion skin so we can see the previous layer. And hi, Ansia, welcome into stream. Doing a quick hello before looking because I missed their streams, but I do have stuff to finish. No worries at all. And I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Yep, I'm doing a lot better now. I feel like much better. So then, right, maybe we do this guy here, like that. Look at him wiggle. The background color's not a good color to use. So let me change the color. But he's dancing, he's schmoovin'. Maybe we can do, let's see, we're using this pink. Maybe we can grab this color for there we go, that's a better color.
Just redeemed glasses toggle.
And glasses, sure, and hi, Ron, good morning. Hello, and welcome in. Let me go ahead and toggle on those glasses. 10 minutes is on the clock, classes have been started. Thank you for the redeem. I can't help but notice you didn't read, you were an amazing person.
Just followed.
I don't know why I skipped over it, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. You're all amazing people, I agree. And let's see, would you love me if I was a worm? The worms are very cute, I can't complain. So if we go ahead and do Alt N again, and if we do, let's see, this guy here, make sure we're on the worm layer. So this is going to be Alt N, grab you here, and if I erase this guy here, it kind of looks like the worm's moving, but I think to add a little bit more oomph, like what we saw, is that the body was going in and out. I think the word I'm looking for is contracting. So for example, if we go back to looking at these guys here, for this guy that was wiggling his very best, let me go ahead and pause this as well. And I set the animation to, slide this guy over just a bit, and then move you here. Look how his body squeezes and then stretches, Right now, ours is only going up, down, up, down, up, down. So we need it to squeeze and stretch. You can even see it in Fields of Mistria. This little worm here, it's got a little bit more outlining. If I click on this guy here, again, we see that squeeze and stretch. So I think that's what we're looking for. And poor worm giving us a show and not getting paid. He likes dancing. He likes moving around and wiggling. So maybe what we can do, right? Grab the worm again, move you over here. And yeah, good idea to come and see a bunch of worms while I'm having lunch. Rodrigo, you know what you signed up for the moment you clicked the stream. I gave out all the warnings I could. Regardless, welcome all the same. So what I'm thinking is, maybe we can do something like this here, where we can see it go up. And if I click play on here, it definitely looks like it has more action. And hi, Oki, welcome to stream. I won't be able to participate today, but I hope you have fun. Thank you. And I hope you'll enjoy whatever it is you get up to. And no worries at all. I know Sunday's usually not a very viewed day, so I don't mind one bit. I thank you for stopping by, just at the very least. So maybe, right, we go down, and then we go up, and then it says nothing. So maybe what we do is we go up, and then maybe we go really up, like that. And if we click play, what do we see? He's very determined. I can't say that. But I think it goes up too high, don't you think? So maybe we can move it down just a little bit. Just a smidge. Like maybe here instead. Like that. Maybe even a little bit lower. It feels like he's going up too much. It feels a little bit too intense. Like maybe that feels a little bit better. Do you see the difference in the squashing and the stretching? That is interesting. And for me too, what I like doing is I don't like having the bottom sprite or the bottom as what's the best way to describe it? For some games, for some people, for their characters and anything else, they have an outline like this. I like leaving it with no outline because I like the idea of it interacting with the world. It looks more like a pink burb. Really? I'm surprised at that one. A burb? I mean, maybe if it was a beak turning sideways, I could see it. Well, some people will do, and this background color is getting a little bit too dark. So let me lighten it up just a bit. But what they'll do is they'll grab this guy here and they'll do like this. So for the worm, they'll have this as the outline. And then they'll make the worm big. And then we have worm small. So let me do all of these guys here. And then we have really small to something like that maybe to show, hey, look, it's folding in on itself. And let's see, like that, yeah. And then you there. Yeah, that's how the worm will look, showing it moving around. I think it's too fast though, so maybe what we can do is grab this guy here and do, let's see, slow down and make you a little slower. Yeah, like that. I think that works out a little bit better. And that's a little wiggly motion. I like how this one looks like it's turning. That one's very silly. That's only 3 sprites. Just interesting.
NL1 Mayor just
let me get that name. I didn't hear it, but I saw it. I saw it in my peripheral view. And hello to you as well, Barbarison. Thank you for the follow. My apologies for not saying so earlier. Right now the audio's a little bit weird, so I can't see the. If I don't see it, I don't hear it at the moment. I can only see it. But I can't see it did do the thing. And hello to you as well. Oh no, men. Tell me if I got close. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And hi to you as well, Cryban. Hello. Welcome to Worms. Let's see. Saying that though, which one do you think you like more? And let me go ahead and grab this guy. We'll do another iteration, so I'll just go ahead and copy and paste you. And let me make sure I delete all the black. So let's move you there, and let's grab you and move you. Oh, hold on. You have that there, and then you have that guy. Move you there. Let's slide out a little bit, and then what you can do is, nope, never mind. I want to erase you. So I'm just going to select this guy, and then erase. And then select, or no, do that, and then erase. So I'm only taking the wand tool, selecting the black, and then taking an eraser and erasing over it. So something like that. And then we also have, and hi, Mr. Big. Welcome to stream. Welcome back in. Hello. Let's see. So we have this option. And then an option that I think maybe would be neat to go with is, I just go ahead and copy this guy, paste them. So we'll just keep working on the iterations. Maybe another thing you could do is you can have, let's see, not the lower guy. So for example, it would be this guy here. And then we have this guy here, like that. And then we have this guy, oh, hold on, this guy here, like that. And you know what? I can see why you would have double layers. I do like that. And hi, alumni, maybe. You can tell me how close I got and I can try again. Welcome to stream, and this is really cool. I'm glad you're enjoying. The fact that it's just a simple string, yet there's so much meaning in it. I do think it's cute. And truth be told, I think I like this guy better. Let's see if we can worm regards. Hi, Marks. Welcome in. Welcome back. Overall, I think I like this. And hold on, let me click play so you can see it a little bit more in detail. I think I like the one that's outlined more. I do quite like it. For me, I like to do shaded outlines, which just means I do outlines. Well, actually, I don't know if I have the image on file, unfortunately, but I can show you what I mean. There's a few outlines people like to do. So if I go ahead and grab this guy here, copy you and, oh, hold on, grab you there, slide you over, copy you here, move you there, go back to this, copy there, paste you over there, like that. Some people will do no outlines, some people do black outlines, and then there's also outlines where, if I slide over a little bit, where it's shaded. The idea is that you'll add the lighting. So for example, we have our pink here. I'll just go ahead and grab a dark pink. So this is our pink. I could probably get away with grabbing this pink or maybe that pink. Let's go back into here. And so they'll use the top as a dark pink. So maybe something like this, or we could even do like this, since it's a darker pink. So they'll do shaded areas. So something like this can add a little bit of flavor to your worm. So it doesn't all have to be black. You could do a darker color. So something like that. And truth be told, that's not too bad. If anything, I might do this as a bright color up here. And then maybe what I do is do this as the dark color. Like this. Like that instead. And then we go back here. And then if we do you as, let's see, fill you in as that. By uncontinuous, that should fill you in. And then we can go ahead by you and do all of these guys. And then we can go back to here. Make sure you're continuous, fill that in. And then do this. Oh, hold on. Kind of looks like a hot dog. What do you think? Which are you enjoying, do you think? And don't worms typically scrunch into themselves. Caterpillars tend to move a little more in an arch. Hi, by the way, Zero. Welcome in. I don't think I caught your word. Oh, I did catch your words earlier, but I don't know if I said hello. And worm dog, yummy. I think it depends. I did categorize all the worms and caterpillars together. So it is certain I could get them confused. At least this game, I believe, is a worm. I think this guy's also a worm, and they do scrunch into themselves. So if I click play here, right, you can see from Adventure Time, this guy is going in and out. This, I think, is a caterpillar or a worm. Maybe that guy's a caterpillar. Maybe that guy's a worm. But I think this guy's also a caterpillar. And then that guy's a worm. And what this guy's doing, let's see. You're from Turnip Boy, I believe. We go ahead and click play here. He's moving along. He's also scrunching in. But this guy's certainly a worm. And let's see. Or a cookie with strawberry cream? Cookie! How does it look like a cookie? Hold on now. I question your food, your food preferences. So what's some other things we could do to our worm? Right now, currently, I'm enjoying the way this one looks. So we'll keep going with this guy. So I'll go ahead and move this guy over here. Move this guy over here. Oh, you know what? Let's also try just the dark pink instead of the black. See if that makes a difference, or should it really be shaded? So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and zoom out a little bit here so you can see all the little worms wriggling. And key race music. That will be crabs when we eventually cover the topic of crabs, like beach animals. Could be a lot of fun. Covers seagulls, things of that nature. What I'll do is I'll also make this a dark color. That way we have two options. So let me go ahead and do you here, you here. There we go. Now what do you think? And earthworms were fine, but those whites, I'll come back when their answer something prettier. And what I hear. Hi, Dead Crab King. Welcome into stream. And it's like ice cream sandwich that's viewed from the side. I have heard. Crab. Soon, TM. But today, we're doing bugs. And then crabs some other time, certainly. And let's see. Ice cream sandwich. I can see it. Like maybe here? Could be. And my neurons have been awoken. Activation. And no, Earthworm Jim is a wild outliner. Earthworm Jim. Is he Pixelart? I have heard of him before. Earthworm Jim. I'll have him on this guy this side. Ah, yeah, he is Pixelart. Though I don't know if I ever looked at him. So I'll certainly have that as well. I'll take a look at him and see if I can put him as a reference as well for on the website. So thank you for that one. As I don't know a lot of Pixelart games. I'm learning a lot as I go. And the more Pixelart games I find, the cooler things get, because it's so interesting to see different styles. And those are the raw patties if I've ever seen one. I don't think raw patties move like that. I think what would be cool is to add that band we see on some of the worms. This band here? Is it possible, do you think? Oh, you know what? I would also want to see if we could add a little head. But I don't think that's gonna work. But I think what we could do, right, as a compromise is maybe we can add a little head like this. So something like that to show the worm is a little guy. Maybe even something like that. Maybe. We'll see. And see. Let's see. Sega. I see. Yeah. Sega. Let's see. So maybe like that. And then if we go ahead and grab you here, copy you, and maybe they're really raw. Let's see. Like that? What do you think? I also did this on the wrong guy. You should not be on this one. You should actually be on the other one. The wrong layer. Don't you worry. We actually need to do you here. Gonna go ahead and undo you. Undo, yeah. You need to be pasted here. And then we need to copy you, paste you. And really all I'm doing is just playing around with the pixels. So that's what the studies are for, to see what ideas are fun, which ones work, which ones don't work, and just feel things out. So what I really need to do is just copy this guy and then post them here. And then we do you here, we grab you, we put you here, and then we put you here. There you go. Okay, try again. Something like that. What do you think? Adding that little bit of head up there, do you think that helped? I do think it kind of did. And some worms we can see, right, have a lining or kind of bands. So maybe that's something we can add a little bit of light pink on the bands. So for example, there's this light pink here. So if we grab this guy here, and then we go for lighter pink. So maybe this guy. And then if we go back here, maybe what's something we can add is a little bit of these. But I don't know. I don't know if I quite like that. It might be so small that the banding's not worth it. But we can give it a try. So copy, paste here. And let's see. Copy you, paste you here, and then copy you. Oh, hold on. Copy you, paste you here. So it maybe be like, let's see. Maybe 2 lines can work. Something like that. But that just doesn't feel right for me. Maybe if we do like this. And I'm guessing maybe that's why people don't have the stripes. possibly, as I don't see a lot of the worms having stripes. I see a singular stripe, but for the little guys, no, hold on. Will I take that back? This guy has one band. Interesting. Okay. One singular band, and this guy has multiple bands. And I guess maybe it looks funny because there's a really long line. My guy's so small that maybe the bands aren't handy, but we can try. Let's see, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here. You would go here, you go here, you go here and here. So something like that, maybe? What are your thoughts? And hi, Joseph. Welcome to stream. And ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing while I get some tea. And we'll let them do their bit there. And that reminds me of Shelby from Adventure Time. Funny you say that, Crybandit. Oh, I don't know if the ad started for you. So wait until you come back. Oh boy. And I'm just stopping by for a bit. No worries, Joseph. Feel free to come and go as you please. I'll be here. I'll be here waiting. What? Waiting in the sense of there's no pressure at all. Let me get some tea here. And I forgot to put my tea on the heat. That's okay. They still have the heat. Ow. I hit my tooth. Oh boy, everything is a hazard. Okay, tea. Ooh, tasty. Let me also go ahead and put that on the heat. And is that a thread? What do you mean, the worm? Or can you elaborate a little bit, Check? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Or feel free to stop by. Is that what you mean? Is that a threat? Is my guess. And adding a head to the worm made it look like a snake? Interesting. Even if it's pink? Or do you think it matters if it's pink or not? But I definitely see. I'm wondering, do you think we can make the head bigger? And how's the tea? The tea is good. I believe I have, and I don't know if it'll tell me. It will not. But it's got a little bit of chamomile in it. That's one of my favorite types of teas. And the timer should have ended by now, I believe, right? Did I miss the timer? Whoever did the redeem got a lot of glasses time. And I'll be waiting. Always watching, Wazowski. Oh boy, let me get some water too. And I was talking about the worm I drew. It has a bigger head than yours. Oh, I see. I can't say, right? Do you think this looks like a worm or a snake? These guys, these are from two different games. This one's from Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, I think. And this one's from Adventure Time. They both have really big heads, but I believe they're both worms. This guy's either a worm or a caterpillar, but they're at least not snakes. So what do you think if they have really big heads? And let me get some water. Tasty. And I'm wondering, how do you think mealworms are going to work out? I don't want to do too much since we're still on the ad break, but as I'm looking at these guys, it's not a lot of references. We have some really red worms. And for me, at least, I like it when the creatures and animals have either derpy expressions or no expression. And I think a lot of artists also enjoy it when they have, well, that's not derpy, that's just creepy. I would say this is a derpy expression. He looks confident in himself. And more like a worm, because you can make a more detailed snake shape at this resolution. Interesting. More like a worm, because you could make an interesting snake shape, like an Ekans, I think. As we also have some Weedles here, which are caterpillars. I don't know if, does Pokemon have a worm one? I think these are all classified as caterpillars. We got, nope, I don't remember your name. I think you're Weedle, and I don't remember your name. I've got to get better at remembering all the Pokemon. And welcome back from the ad break. To answer your question earlier, hold on, Cryban, as you're back by now, there is on here an Adventure Time game. So these guys are from Adventure Time. It is from Adventure Time. Let's see. Hey, Ice King. That was a Pixelart game. And let me scroll back down. And Wormel. Is that the name? And do y'all remember the Adventure Time episode where the little hot dog guy was like, I wish to blow up and get big, and then he exploded? Not one bit. Hi, by the way, Beatus. Welcome in. And there's one 3D worm from the new games. Caterpie, Weedle, and Wurmple. Oh! Is this guy named Wurmple? I feel like this is the Caterpie, and then that's the Weedle. I did not know the name of that one. Interesting. Thank you for the heads up. So saying that though, right? Do you think we can inflate his head a little bit more? For example, and you know what? I don't know if I like it with the lines or not. And does Lethal Company worms qualify as pixel art? No clue. I can certainly look into it. Let's see. Lethal Company worm. I think, right? Because we're looking at this. We're looking at actual worms to draw our worm. So I think it's fine to get any references that you feel like would be handy to you, regardless of if it counts as pixel art or not. As for me, at least, looking at both references people have done before, just looking at real life examples are really handy. And oh, let's see. Oh, let's see. Nope, I don't remember. This is all the hot dog guys. Let's see. And I don't think patties move like that. Depends on how long they've been in the fridge. At that point, it would be a little bit of white and green and a little bit of mold on the side. So let's see. I want to see if we can make him a little derpy. So I'm gonna take this one, as I don't think I like it when it has the lines. I think, well, maybe if it's not standstill. And I was making a bit of a gag since it's 3D rendering at a small resolution to stylize it. Oh, I see. I don't know that game, so it didn't quite connect. But I see. So, saying that we see, how big do you think we can make this little guy's head? Like if we did, like this, can we do a little bit like this? And then maybe we can do you here, and then a little bit like that there, and then we can do you there. Does he still look like a little worm? He's grown up a little bit. Let me go ahead and grab you here, and I'll just copy you. And then we'll go to next screen. You go there. I think you go really there. And then you go here, like this. There you go. And now you're just gonna need some eyes. You are going to need this, and Your face is uneven. This won't work. You need to be wider. I guess that could work. I suppose that could work if given the circumstances. It's not my typical. I usually like doing this face, but that one's going to have to work. And now we can put a little crown on him too. And if the worm had a neck, it would be broken. We don't snap necks around here. And don't forget the lighter pink part in the middle that worms have. That's this thing, right, Zero? And that's the thing on how realistic do you want to go with your worms? For me, at least, I don't think I like that guy, or unless you mean the big band it has. Like, there's a band here, something like that-ish. And I do see them on there, but for me, I think because it's such a small scale we're working on, adding that band's not too important. But if we were making a bigger worm, I think it would be very important. And we just know we don't snap necks, they do themselves via gravity. Exactly, yeah. Oh, exactly, yeah. Now you're getting the picture. And I don't remember who said the crown, but you know, let's add a little crown to him now that we can. So let's grab this guy here, and all we'll do is just do a little guy like this, and then this little here, and maybe, yeah. And then add a little guy here, and then add a little guy there. There you go. He's a little worm prince. That works out well. I quite like him. And I did for that. Good. Lovely. Okay. Saying that, let's now try a caterpillar. Because they're kind of one and the same, kind of not. I don't know if I have caterpillar references now that I say that. We have bees, flies, or no, that's not flies. I don't have flies on here. Flies are not included. No, okay. I don't have caterpillar, but I do know some caterpillars. So let me quickly grab and drop some references for caterpillars. Caterpillars, I think, can be certainly adorable. It's caterpillars. I googled caterpillar, and it entered the, if any of you know those machine company cat. That's what came up. The machine, not the actual bug. Let's see. Some caterpillars seem to come in all shapes and sizes. So let me drag in some of these images here for reference. Let me drag it down there. I know some are spiked, some are not spiked, some are very fluffy, some are not fluffy. So what type of caterpillar do you think we should do? I'm thinking maybe we could try to do a little spiky guy. I feel like that could be fun. A little bit of spikes here and there. As this guy's not very spiky. This guy's got a little bit of spike to him. Let me see if I can find one more reference. I think the caterpillar I'm thinking of is the monarch butterfly one. That happens to be very spiky. Let's see. Monarch butterfly. And it's an Alaskan bullworm. Is that the one from SpongeBob? And I'm thinking something else. Monarch butterfly caterpillar. Nope, I said caterpillar, not migration. Let's see. Caterpillar. Oh, that is a monarch butterfly caterpillar. Interesting. Yeah, this guy's a monarch butterfly. This one right here. That yellowish one. Interesting. Well, no, these guys look different. That one's got spots. You don't have spots. Interesting. Okay, I want to go for this guy here. It kind of has different colors. And you will hate my worm crown when you see it. What do you mean? And little... He's just built different. Let me also stop this flashing. Let's make him green. I think that would do well for a caterpillar. Green and fuzzy. And indeed, it was Mr. Squarepants. Ah, good, good. Lovely, lovely. And let's learn how to navigate to do that. And good, good. And nah, I'm sure your caterpillar crown is gonna be great. Or no, your worm crown. So to turn our worm into a caterpillar, I think one thing, right, is caterpillars kind of wiggle a little bit more, while the worms kind of scrunch up and down. I feel like caterpillars do one of these. One of these moves where they wiggle. Or is it the other way around, do you think? I think that's what Sarah was referencing earlier in terms of movement, but I think that's what sets them apart a little bit. So saying that, I'm gonna grab a green. So we'll just grab a green from here. Let's do this light green. I feel like that could be fun. We'll do the dark outline here. We'll grab you, save you here. And then from there, let's go ahead and start off with our green guy. So we'll start off with the bases, right? We'll start off bare core with just the singular sprite. Or not the singular sprite, the singular color. And I want to make my guy look like he's moving. So actually, you know what? We can just copy this and then move it down like that. Easy peasy. And then all we have to do is just paint you in. Oh, hold on. Not continuous. There we go. And caterpillars are accordions. Ah, got you. I mean, caterpillars have legs, so no, they don't just walk. Maybe I am thinking of worms then, because I'm thinking they kind of wiggle a little bit. They don't more. Let me show you what I mean. If we go to here, hold on, like this, and let's see. Something, oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Something like this is what I'm thinking of when I think in terms of caterpillar. And then this guy would go down, that guy would go down, up, and this guy would go, let's see, hold on. We want to make it look like it's moving. So we have this frame here, and then this guy would kind of move outwards. So for example, these two would come up, and then that would go down, and then that would go up. And then that guy would go down, and then you would go up, and you would go, something like, see, you would go up, down, it gets flipped. Yeah, maybe something like that. And then if I click play, okay, so I'm thinking in terms of worm, as that's doing the worm. That's not a caterpillar. That is a creature that is doing the worm. So you know what? Let's just make this the worm. And now you made this Millie dance flop. You know the dance move that is I can see where it came from. So you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and and help the poor caterpillar. It's drowning. It is moving perfectly fine. You know what? And in fact, it's not even a caterpillar. What are you talking about? It's a worm. Isn't that healthier? It's amazing how much, what's the word I'm looking for? Emotion or feeling you can put into a single line. An accidental seagull. How do you, this is seagull. I can see the seagull. Okay, let's see. I was trying to do something where it looks like it's going up and down. This certainly does look more like a worm though. And help the poor worm. It's functioning as it should, I assure you. It's a-okay. You don't need medical attention. It'll be fine. So let's see. Go back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And actually, you're supposed to be here. Thank you very much. Okay. And then from there, let's go ahead and add that layer. Okay. So if we do you down, you up, you down, you up, and then we do you, and then we do you. It still looks like it's flopping. And if anything, I'd say it looks a little creepier now. Truth be told, I don't like those white spaces, so I'm just gonna... Yeah, no, thank you. I don't know what the fear of holes is called. Triphobia, I think? But I don't like it. And just put up 1 pixel at a time in front and back. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Do you mean, right? It would be up, down, and then would be up, down, like that? Yeah, like that. Sine wave? I never enjoyed that part of what would you say, math, sine, cosine, tangent. But I can see this being a little bit more, maybe? So maybe it can go up, down, but I was trying to keep it to 3 frames was the thing. So let's see, if we go back to these guys, what are they doing for their motions? If we go ahead and click on our turnip boy, it's doing a simple squish. This guy's also doing a squish. And this guy's just moving up and down. Then this guy here, also getting squished. So it's interesting. I don't think any of these other guys move. Yeah, this guy's the only guy that seems to open his mouth and close. Okay, interesting. And let me go ahead and I did do that. Good, good. Let me get a little bit more tea. The tea hits the spot. It's just nice and warm and cozy. Okay, and I did this. Lovely. Okay. So, I was moving or going more towards a wave. That is a flop. And then these guys up here, they're more of a wiggle. I can see it was the consensus that this is more of a caterpillar movement. I know why this one's more of a worm movement, but I can see the other one being more caterpillar. And 4, I'm reading 0. Let's see. So instead, maybe we have you. Maybe we do all of you go up like that. Like that. And then you go up. And then you go, Maybe then you go up like that. Okay, it's not too bad. Maybe like that. Nope. We're back to flopping. I love books. Me too. At one point, I did want to be an entomologist. So if you have any book facts, you know what? Just shoot it my way. And 4 third frames. Put down the first pixel and then put the second one last up. Hold on. Let's see. Let me grab you here and undo that guy here. Move you to Okay. And then we'll go ahead and erase you. Put you back to where you were. And then move you back to here and here and erase you. Let's see. 4 3 frames. 4 3 frames? Well, we're working in 3s at the moment. Is that how you say it? But I want to stick to 3 pixels or 3 frames for now, just to make them similar enough. And first frame, let's see. Put down the first pixel and then we'll put the second one up to last. Oh, I don't like it. What you mean? Do something like that and then that. No, that looks like it's still flopping. Let's see. You go up. No, that does not. That kind of looks like maybe death is possibly coming. Let's see. So maybe you go here, and then you go down, and then you go. Let's see, and something like this. Isn't that what this one is, right? Where it's to the sides, I think, right? Let's see, and something like that. Yeah, so that would be more like this. There you go. But that's what we did for the caterpillar already. Or no, this is the caterpillar. That's what we did for the worm. Let's see. They'll be squinching up. And then you have you. And then we have you. And then maybe... I mean, it's tricky. Let's undo you a little bit. I think we can make this work, perhaps. And give me a sec. I do the Discord. Let's see. You here. And then that goes down. And then these guys go up. I feel like this could possibly work. Maybe if we do this guy here to start out. That still looks like flop. That doesn't look like too bad a flop though, but it definitely... It looks like it's going to the left, doesn't it? A little bit. I'm not quite sure. Which one? You think this one is worm? Or this one is worm? Which one seems more worm and which one seems more caterpillar to you? Let me move this out a little bit. And let me quickly on here. And then we get some more tea. Okie dokie. Saying that, let me make sure I pull this guy up. And then from there, let's see. Okay, good to go. Saying that though, just wise in terms of the spikes and everything, that is something I want to see if we can accomplish in our little caterpillar. So for now, let's just do this guy. And oh, there are flying pink birds. What a horrifying sight that would be. Can you imagine? Birds are already a menace. You don't want to make them into bugs. That'd be a terrible thing. Let's see. Move you here. And then from there, let's try adding some of those spikes. So what I'm thinking is if we just grab the dark colors from here and then add a little bit of spikes like this, maybe a little bit of spike here, something like that, maybe a spike there, and then we add little spikes there, and oh, I guess those spikes need to go backwards. So you kind of go down a little bit, you can kind of go there, and then we have a spike here, so maybe we can have you go up, and then you can kind of go down. Something like that, do you think? And I think the main difference between worm and caterpillar is the head. In drawing, worms tend to have more pronounced head, while caterpillars usually don't. Interesting, I can see it, yeah. If these guys are worms, it makes sense that they have bigger heads, but then you have these guys which are more caterpillar-like. Then again, I think this is caterpillar. I think this is also caterpillar. What's interesting you say that, and then the worm's not pronounced. I also think it depends on the color too. Let's see. I'm thinking lines like that, and then if we add a dark green, so if we grab this guy here, maybe this guy, we've got some other ones. Let's see here. And we go ahead and just do, well, we can also add a little bit of a spike guy. So first, just so we have a backup, let me go ahead and copy you, paste you down here, let me move you up here, and then let me copy you, go ahead and paste you, move you down here, and then copy you, paste you, move you down here. Oh, hold on, let's zoom back in. There we are. Okay, from there, what I want to do is add that outline. And hi, Cat Song Keyword, welcome to stream. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. Always with the threats, aren't ya? My day's going great though, I'm feeling a lot better. It wasn't the break I was expecting, but I'm glad I did take it. And worm birds are reminding me of the game Snakebird. Worm birds? Is that an actual species? Worm bird. I've heard of many different species before, so I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, it's not a thing. Worm beards. It reminds me of the seagull ones, where it's just, this is your bird. There you go. Or it would be more along the lines of, that's your bird. It looks enough like a bird to be considered a bird. Let's see. Oh, the thing I'm thinking of is, what is it, hawk hornets? It was a species where it combines just different animal names. Let's see. You there, and what I want to do is try to outline the worm color in this light color, and then I want to take the spikes and do a different color. So for example, maybe we can do a really dark green for these guys. I don't know how this is going to work out though, so we'll see. Something like this, I don't know how it's going to feel, and actually, you know what? Oh no, I'm going to trust the process first. I'm just going to outline what need be in this dark guy here, and then we have you get outlined there, and you get outlined there. The consensus is, I think it does not look cool. However, I do think we can clean it up a little bit. For example, I think this dark color can help it look more wormish. Maybe something like that, but then, well, I kind of liked how it had that dark color. I feel like the stripe did help. So maybe what we can do is add a little bit more here, possibly, or just add some double lines here, make it a little bit thicker for the sizing, something like this. And then we can have this kind of go down a little bit in color. This is looking abstract, but I'm hoping it'll pay off. Something like you here, you here, you here, you here. And then this is our outline. So we can go ahead and do you there. And then you're the actual color we're looking for. So something like that. And then you're the actual color here. You're the outline. So now you can do something more akin to that. And then you're the outline here. And then you go here, here, here. And then we have you go down, 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 down. And this is why backups are made. Because if all else fails, I can go back in time. And I think that is what we'll need to do, as this does not feel, I mean, it feels weird. I can say that. I am giving the heebie-jeebies, and that's not something I was looking to get. Maybe it's the spikes that's doing it for me. So let's see. If I go back here, go ahead and save. If we go back to some of these caterpillars, just as an example, they do have some lines, right? Not a lot of lines. And I want to get that line guy across while also the spikes. So what's a way we can do that? If we grab this wiggler again, go ahead and use you down here, copy, paste you down, and go back here, copy and paste you down. Let's give it another try. Let's see, you go here. So maybe, oh, did I not copy you correctly? Let's see, copy and paste. And then from there, let's see. Oh, is this 4? How many frames did you use, Zero? Did you use 3 or 4? And let me go back to here. The suggestion is to do something like this, I think. Let me double check. Kind of more so like that. And then from there, you would grab this guy here, and you would slowly move it along. So something like, hold on, copy you, 3, okay, good. In that case, let's see, delete, paste, and then delete, paste, and then this guy gets slid across, so it would go about here, and then you would get erased here, and do that there, so about there, and then you would go towards the end, So you would go about here, you get erased, and you go about there. Something like that, I think, was being described. Yeah, a little bit slower on my end, but I got it. And hi, Frost. Hello, and welcome to stream. Welcome in. And 3, got ya. Yeah, I did read that. Good. Okay, and thank you for sending this in. I definitely think it does help. I'm wondering, is that needed? Yeah, the line does feel like it is needed. I can say that. A little bit. Maybe we can add another line here, do you think? I don't know. And let's see. Remove you guys, add you guys. I don't know. Interesting. Another way you can show it moving, right, is if you were to do it just with color. And I like how I think it is, let's double check, Fields of Mystria did their caterpillars where it was multiple layers. So maybe what we can do for ours, right, is if I make this a little bit bigger so you can see it and drag that guy back down there, move you back up here. What I'm thinking is maybe our caterpillar is a little round guy, more of a pill shape, something like, let's see, you there, like that instead. And then we have the lines, right? So maybe we can have, hold on, line here, line here, line here. And then, right, maybe what we do is do this guy here. And then we do, let's see, you go there, you go there, you go there, you go there, and then you go there, and you go there. And then we would have, let's see, you go there, and then you would have this guy here. Something like that, do you think could maybe work? And then for our spikes, we could have spike, spike, spike. Maybe spike here, and then spike, 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 and then spike, 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 spike. And let's see. I think the spikes are also going to have to move. So maybe we could do spike move over to the side. So something like, let's see. If I go ahead and just do our onion skins, we should be able to see where the spikes need to go. Something like that? What do you think? Does it feel like it's moving its way along? And then we would need the outlines. And I think it's tricky because of the spikes, but let's see. Like that, like that, like that, that. Hold on, you there. And then we have you. And then we have you. Oh, come on. You go there. And then we have you. Let's see. You. In this case, I don't like the outline, I think. Maybe that's what it was the first time around, where the outline didn't feel like it was helping. It feels like it was hindering. Or maybe it's just my choice of colors for the outline that could be the issue. But I'm not quite liking the outline. And let me check the things Earl just sent. If I do a glance out here, and first 2, hold on. We grab this guy here. Like that, I think. Oh, no, I've gotten confused now. It's like a little lightning guy here. And then you have that there. Grab you. Oh, hold on. Move you over. Something like that, I think. And then for this one here, you have the lightning guy going about here. Race you there. And then for this guy, you have the lightning guy at the very end. Like that. There we go. I think that... Oh, no, hold on. You go here. You're second to end. Yep. Like that. Yep. Okay. And then that goes to, and yeah, like that. There we are. Okay. Thank you for sending that in, Zero. So let's see. Saying that, I do like this. I do. I like how it looks like a big, usually the caterpillars are very chunky. And this feels like it has that chunky feeling. Let's see. Though, I'm not too sure about the sprites, sprite amount. This is only 2. What do you think? I feel like this definitely gets across the point of it being a little caterpillar that you could walk along, and little spikes. The only issue is that there's no outline. Maybe we can try a white outline instead, or some exaggerated outline. So what I want to do is copy this guide, slide him over, and see what our options are. Because maybe you can pick this object up. Maybe it's an object you can interact with in the world. So if that's the case, maybe we can go ahead and grab one of these guys here. And this is completely white. Interesting. Well, we don't want completely white. That usually takes away from the razzle-dazzle. So I'll grab you. Yeah, we'll grab the slightly off-white one. And then from there, I'm going to be a little bit selective with our guys instead. So something like this to keep the spikiness. something like that can maybe show more, do you think? And weirdly burnt taco shell. It's green! How can it be weirdly burnt? Let's see. That guy there, and then we would take this guy, and then we would do you here. The super thick outlines. And I think I can just do this guy here, and then go back here and do paste. So something like that. And hi, Ame. Welcome to stream, but spinach-based taco shell. How dare you? Oh, man. Spinach-based taco shell. Let's see. Some of these spindles are different colors, too. And that's clearly yellow. What do you mean? Bugs. Indeed, Kiwi. Welcome in. As well to you. Yeah, I quite like... I'm thinking and maybe that white outline. However, every other outline that we have currently is black. So is there... Well, no, that guy's not black. So is there a way? Maybe we can make it like a lime color, you think? So I'll go ahead and I'll move this guy up here. We already do have lime. But I think maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a will and a way. Oh, also, right? We gotta remember, we're trying to keep these in the same family. And right now our worm has a bottom dark color. So that's also important too. So let's go ahead and also add that dark green. I'll just grab this guy here. The green we weren't using earlier. Or no, yeah, that's a darker green, but it doesn't feel too dark. So maybe that guy there. Oh, hold on, you there? Yeah, that guy doesn't feel like it's clashing too much. So I'll make it darker by doing this here. And then we go cooler. Even darker and cooler. Something like, okay, that's a little bit too cool. So something there, I think, will work. And then that guy there for our bottom, maybe. This is the round shape of our caterpillar. So something like that. Maybe. I don't like it. In this case, I like the idea of it having that non-bottom outline. Green toothpaste. What does the black even mean then? I have questions. Let's see. And I like that, Zero. That's really nice. Yeah, I can see what you mean by the lines. And will you give the worm prince a caterpillar princess? How would I even add the little crown, do you think? You know what? Sure, let's see if we can add it. I wanted to see about maybe a lighter limeish green. So for example, maybe we can do, instead of a white, maybe it's a little green, something like that instead for our outline. Like that there. And then let's go ahead and let's add a little crown on here. It kind of looks like a Venus flytrap. I do see Venus flytrap, and it has a cheese layer. Yes. When I look at this, I see it. I can see the Venus flytrap. I can give you that one, but taco? I guess it has hold on. Yeah, okay. Maybe it does look like a taco. We need to give it a little crown. I don't know if that's possible though. like a little crown like this, something to that extent there. It's gotta. I think it would go on its back, don't you think? So to go, I think the crown would appear. Banana. No, it definitely does. Bananas have curves. Thank you very much. There's no bananas to be found here. Let's go ahead and click on this guy here. And we'll go ahead and add a little... We can do a 3-sided crown now, can't we? Something like that and that. There we are. And you're very good at drawing tasty bugs. I never thought it'd come to that. I never thought that would be something in my skill set. Oh boy, let me move this down a little bit. There we are. It's got a little hover. She's beautiful. If only I could give her a little bit of a pink blush, but I don't think I can. You know what? It kind of looks like a mouth. Like maybe a face? Maybe? If you believe hard enough, that could be an eye? Like that? And then maybe, right? Maybe we can just do that as the face. And then we have you. And then we have you and you and you. There you go. She has a little face now. And color it yellow again and become a believer? Never. Never. I quite like her little caterpillar. And you give it a woo-woo? Nah. I add blush to everything I make, usually. Gabby's an exception. She's supposed to be sad, so she gets no blush. If I must be injected with the blushitis, then everyone must. Saying that though, I think that covers worms and caterpillars. I quite enjoyed that too. The wiggling I think taking that different approach and stretching it and also changing the shape definitely helped. It wasn't that squish form, but it did a little bit different. I like it. Saying that though, right? Let's move on now to, well, let's see. We have in here our planning screen. So we're taking a look at all of these guys. And hi, Blitz. Welcome to stream. Welcome back in. Welcome to Bugs. So let's see. We've done our worms and caterpillars. So I guess naturally, right? Next step is butterflies. And what about Bobby? Why can't my man blush? He has a blush. If you go back to some of the shorts, he does have a blush. I can't remember. No. I can certainly. Hold on. I just want to make sure it is understood that Bobby's not been left out when it comes to blushing. Let me see how fast I can find it. Let's see. You here? I do remember it, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. I go here to shorts. I go here to oldest, and if I just quickly scroll down to, let's see, you here? Here we are. I'll mute this for a quick second, just so we're all on the same page. And where are we at? You here, and let's see. You. There we are. Good. You know what? While you're listening to that, I'm going to have some tea. And oh, you did read that. Good. And hi, yo. Welcome to stream. And draw a cockroach and stomp in it. Not happening. Oh man, that'd be terrifying. Let's see. There we are. Found it. This right here. There you go. This is the making of Bobby, the first iteration. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure the audio's clear. You should be able to hear it now. For Bobby, you cannot. Interesting. Hold on. Let me do audio there. Then go to desktop. Then go to you. Then go to you. Then go to you. Then go to you. You should be able to hear it now.
I wanted his title to emanate cuteness. What better way than making him flash a love sign at the camera? I mean, look at him. Don't you wanna
There's the blush.
Sometimes when you say
he does have a blush. I just wanted to make that obvious. Saying that though, let's go back. And we need an air search. Never in a million years if I could help it. I had to go through so many bug photos. I regret so many things. That video's like 2 years old. And there was a time. And a sound effect blush count? Oh yeah, 100%. There's no blushing emote, I think. But at one point or some point, I'll have to add it. Saying that though, let me make sure the audio is in double. There you go. And now let's move on to doing butterflies. Yeah, let's do butterflies now. So, if I go ahead and pause this guy here, we do have a few butterflies to look at. But first, right, and I didn't do this last time, let's try drawing your own butterflies and looking at what other people did for butterflies. I think that's the best way to do it, in the sense of drawing it back to the canvas. Roaches are not up to drawing today, or really ever. I think I don't even have flies up here. They're just bugs that are just bleh, disgusting, I say. You know, I can handle a lot of bugs, but sometimes there's just lines that should not be crossed. Let me go ahead and shrink it here. Okay. So butterflies are a fun topic. Butterflies and moths. If I go back into here, you can see I have a few, well, let's stick to here. There are some really interesting bug species, and Arisect. Can I, what about, what is it? I forget, is it shrimp mantis? But the mantis that's like a coral. Coral mantises are pretty cool. And then you have the rosy maple. Funny enough, I am themed after the monarch butterfly if I close my eyes. So you see the butterfly wings with the eyeshadow and the blush. That was always the intention, but I don't know if that ever came across. Mantis shrimp. Was that the one I'm thinking of? It's the pink one. Coral mantis. Something along the lines of that. Where it's a really pretty mantis. Let's see. Pink prey mantis. Orchid mantis is the one I'm thinking of. It looks like a flower. Look at this. Isn't this adorable? That's the one I'm thinking of. Saying that though, we have a rosy maple moth, and I'm sure you'll see a pattern in the references I chose. But we have rosy maple. I also recently discovered the Luna moth, and I'm noticing a lot of these creatures are very fluffy. I think they're very cute. And then we have some different patterns for butterflies, and I just think it's interesting. It's crazy how there's so many different patterns of insects and things of that nature, where you have this pattern, and then you have the little swirl at the bottom. Then you also have some of these guys, and you have some blues and some yellows and some browns and some oranges. The wildlife is wild, I tell you. You even have butterflies imitating other butterflies. You have some blue ones here. You also have some just differences. I just think it's so cool. And moths are the best, small sky puppies, and people still dare to prefer butterflies. I prefer all bugs in small doses. I used to have one of those butterfly collections you would get where you can raise your own butterflies. And you know, me and moths used to get along, but not quite anymore. It's more of a, you stay where you are, I'll stay where I am. And we can all live in harmony. Saying that, though, what are some things we spot? And what do you think, jumping spider superiority? We'll get to that, don't you worry. I do have some jumping spider references. So let's see. What are you seeing when you're seeing the butterflies? What I'm seeing is, right, if we go to draw here, and symmetry. Indeed, yeah. There is a singular line of symmetry. Whatever you do, it's gonna be symmetrical. Another thing I can point out, right, is it seems to be symmetrical in both ways. So if I just make a cross here, the sides kind of pair up, which I think is interesting. Even here, I think. And I also have some animations here or some GIFs in case we need to reference this. I want to try drawing some butterfly flutters. I think that could be fun. But yeah, symmetry. Symmetry seems to be the name of the game when it comes to all of these creatures. In fact, you got double symmetry. So the top two match and the bottom two, and then it goes crossing way. Flea? No fleas, Sarah. Not at all. Let's see. So saying that, there's so many to choose from. And they seem to also have 4 sections. Yep, they seem to have 1, 2, 3, 4. And some of them have rounded edges. Some of them have more straight edges. It really depends on the design, which is really neat in the sense of you could go wacky wild. If I remember, these circles are supposed to be eyes. They're supposed to, what is it, the word I'm looking for? They're supposed to show, hey, look, I'm a predator. These are predator eyes. Don't come near me. And some are just meant to be pretty. So I think for our purposes, I'd like to see if we can do, and oh, look at that too. Compared to butterflies, right? The moth is completely different. It doesn't have that symmetry of being 4-way. It kind of has a symmetry of more so like this. This is more the symmetry instead. So instead of the cross, it's more of a that guy and that guy, which is interesting. So I think depending on the type you're going for, and 4-fold symmetry would mean that each quadrant is the same image rotated differently, and they're more triangle shaped. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, triangle. I'm saying the triangles. I've seen all the triangles now. Something like this, and you got the little body, and then you got the triangle. I know I have another moth up here, so let's see. Well, this one's not triangle, and it is a moth. I would say this guy looks a little bit more like a butterfly. However, it still has that kind of idea of there's a top wing and then there's a bottom wing tucked. And Insectoritos, this one's got more of an elegant curve to their triangles. It's interesting. And then it also has these guys. I don't know what you would call them, but it also appears in some butterflies too. If I go back up here, you can see some of them have little pointy bits. This one's really pointy. How extreme. And also I almost swapped S and C on insect accidentally. I don't even know what that would mean. And you deny the will of the flea? I do, Zero. I do. I deny the will of the flea and a lot of insects. You know what? My tolerance can only go so far, and I did do that. Good. So saying that, though, what type of butterfly colors, or not colors, but sections do you think? First, we'll try making it as small as the shape for butterfly as possible. And good, don't try to process my previous statement. It takes my mind to process a really long time. So I'll heed your caution. Saying that, wrong screen. Close your eyes. Let's try to draw some butterflies. And before we even take a look at what people have done previously. So we'll try butterflies and moths. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And what color do you think? I do like me an orange, but I think it could be fun to do the blue. Blue seems like a pretty popular butterfly color. So let me go ahead and grab, ooh, now which blue? Maybe that blue. Iris colored. You know what? You make a very fair point, I suppose. Well, we'll go for like a light purple then. You know, I've turned myself into a donut before. This would be my first rodeo. So I'll go ahead and save this guy. I'll go ahead and move you here. And let's give it a go, shall we? And let me go ahead and slide this guy here just so I can see names and stuff. And jelly-filled donut? Yeah, I made myself into a jelly-filled donut. I think the filling I went with was blue raspberry and Blender Donut mentioned. Not Blender, but it was an ode to Blender, as it was my first time making a 3D model. but instead of blender, I use Blackbench. That was the idea of, you know what? I'm gonna make a donut. So, for this guy, right? What's neat about, what is it, Aseprite? Is that it does have tools for us to use that we can use for our butterfly. And if I grab this guy, it has the 4 quadrants. So if I go here, grab you here, and then if we go ahead and drag this guy down like so, it should be our 4 guys. So that shows up there. That's not what we want. So depending on what we want, so for example, we have the top guy. So this isn't in all 4. So there's a way to do it. I think, interesting. There's also a diagonal one, and this is new. I have never seen this before. No, I made a flower. Oh, hold on. I want to see the flower. Oh, hold on. Nope. Turn off. Flower. Let's see. There. That looks like a marigold. And I have a feeling that my gag did not get caught once again. Probably not. Like I said, I have to process things very much. Let's see. Okay, so we can kind of use this guy, kind of not. We'll see. In the sense of, I don't think someone mentioned before 4 quadrant. I think that's what this guy is, right? The 4 corners, and that's what that guy is. We're not looking for 4 quadrant. We're looking for something a little bit different. I think the only guy that's gonna let us do that is the horizontal symmetry. So, and look up scorpion fly 0. I don't know if I wanna. I know, I forget, but there's this one fly. I don't know if it's the wasp fly, but there's Pokemon based it off of it. And I'm once again reminded how my niche experiences are sometimes. Plus the thing I'm referencing. Oh, I'll be sure to take a look at it, Pala. Thank you for sending it over. I don't mind one bit trying to learn new things. I think it's always fun too. So for a butterfly, there's a few ways we can do it, right? We could maybe do like that or actually, let's try to do a design like this guy here, where it's kind of also a triangle way. So if I make it more so of an arch guy like that, I think that does well in the terms of a, hey, look, we're butterflying. And then we have the bottom guy. So it kind of has a pattern of going down, maybe something like that. And it's round, right? So maybe we can keep it something like that there. And this could be butterfly-ish, I think. Maybe if we were to keep it like, maybe. And now, do we want to have a center art of our butterfly? And you do? If the scorpion fly is the one I'm thinking of that was based off of a Pokemon, I think we're on the same page. I wish she didn't look it up! 0! Okay, so I was going to show this later, but I need to cleanse whatever I just saw there. I need a cleanser, and I'll show you this now. I'll just show you this now because isn't this cute? Yes. Give me a second to process what I just saw. Let me look at the cute jumping spider. I wish I didn't look that up. Let me get some tea. Oh man. Oh boy. Do not look at the life cycle of these spiders. Oh man, I can imagine. Maybe it's as sad as the Luna moths. I'll tell you what the life cycle is in a second. Let me get more tea. I have to reflect. Oh man. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Ear's roach done. I'm not excited to see. I'm not excited to see it all. Check. Let me make this smaller. Okay. We were doing butterflies, yes? Oh man. So the next question is to ask, how big do we want to do the butterfly? Are we doing super big, super small? If we're keeping with the line of everything being super big, super small, there's a few ways we can do it. And yes, I did. I copied it, I pasted it into Google, and then I regretted my actions up until that point. Oh boy, very joyful spider. Isn't it adorable? The game that was mentioned earlier, Webbed, you get to play. Well, I don't think you get to play as that spider in particular, but you do get to greet other spiders. And hi, Camino. Welcome back to stream. Hello. And the spider helping a bird land. It's adorable. Let's see. Let's go for maybe this is the outline here. Let me scroll out, slide down. There's a few ways we can do it, right? And I did read that. Good. Let's see. What cursed image have you just bestowed upon me, Zero? I'd take it all back if I could. We have, maybe something like that, and then maybe we have you. That feels very, very thick, but that could be a butterfly, right? Scorpion fly? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's not as cute as the huntsman, though. I'm not taking any more advice looking at... No. If I can remember the fly I'm thinking of, I'll show you, because it is a cute fly. It's a fly that, it's a Pokemon fly that was based off of it, but I can't remember it at the moment. But if I remember, I'll show you. Otherwise, I'm not looking up any more recommendations. Oh boy, I'm trying to see about maybe curling in this guy here. Like that, do you think? Huntsman spiders are unforgivable or forgettable? Is that the spider? Hold on. What is this one called? No, peacock jumping spider. Must be thinking of another guy. This looks like it has a really long neck though. So this is the thing of where you would maybe just do like this and say, oh, look, this is my little butterfly. Maybe you could give your little butterfly a head. That looks like a fish. Oh no, that's not a good idea. If anything, I think this could work as just being a butterfly, right? Dragonfly? Dragonfly? No, it's not a dragonfly. I don't believe so. And the scorpion fly is a certified... I just don't like scorpions to begin with. That's my issue there. I think having an outline like this works. If we were to make this guy smaller, or maybe, right? Maybe what we could do is just smoosh it in more, make it even smaller like this. What does this look like then? If we do one of these moves, turn off all the symmetry. Like this. Which one do you think you enjoy more? Like that there, that there, that there, that there. There we are. And hiya, Disco, welcome to stream, and Butterfish. Is that the fly I'm thinking of? It's a Pokemon that was based on a real fly, but I can't recall it. There's this small guy. Do you think we can make the butterfly even smaller? Let's see. I go and I'll move this guy up here. Really, maybe we focus on the outlines. Let's see. If I move you down like this here, down, and then we maybe move you down as well. And can you at least recall the Pokemon? No, it was a bug Pokemon. A Butterfree. No, it wasn't Butterfree. And hi, So Slow. Welcome back to stream. Welcome in. It was not Butterfree. Butterfish just sounds funny. No, it wasn't Butterfree. Butterfish. It was, let's see. If I just do Pokemon fly. Oh, cutie fly. What was the cutie fly based off of? That's the one I'm thinking of. It's an actual bug. It was very fuzzy and cute. Cutie fly is based on, the fly is called the bee fly. Bee fly. That's the one I'm thinking of. Let me show you. Let's see. So, it is this little guy here. Now, I can get behind a fly that looks like this. How could you not? He's so cute and fluffy. He's just a little guy. This is acceptable. This is fine. Everything else though, no. But yeah. Oh, very adorable. That's the one I was thinking of. I saw it the other day and I forgot to add it up here. So let's see. For our butterfly options and Butterfish to go with the taco warm. Some people enjoy doing a challenge where they try to personify, or not personify, but they turn animals into bugs, or food into animals. So for example, let's see, pancake manta race, and I'm making an incredibly cursed butterfly. I'm excited to see. I'm just curious to see about just shaping, like if maybe we do this. There's so many ways you can do it. So I'm wondering, what are some ways we can say? Like that does not feel like it works. Maybe what we can do is add a detail of a darker color. So maybe we can do something like this here. Show off, hey, look, this is the bottom of the guy. Something like that there. And then maybe we can even do something like that there. But I think this is fine. And maybe we'd add the eye or the dots. Little spotty butterfly. And look up orchid mantis. That's the mantis I was talking about earlier, Zero. I know I can trust you on that one. That's the pink one. And furry flying peanuts. They're adorable. I do agree. Let's see. Bee fly. Yup. Okay, let's see. So that's that guy there. And you could do like that, but I think I enjoy more something like that. And the hummingbird moth is also pretty cool. It does sound cute. I will copy this and save it for later. I'm not even gonna press enter, just in case. Let's see. What if the bee fly had 12 legs, 6 eyes, big fangs? No, see, then that would not be cute. And hold on, let me get that name. I saw it pop up. I didn't hear it, but thank you to Poseidon Goat. Goato. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Welcome into Bugs. And hi. So let's see. Do you trust me? I am not a traitor. I don't know who to trust anymore. If we were to make this butterfly really small, right? And okay, you know what? I'll try. Let's see. Humming. Oh, that's adorable. I take it back. It seems you're a very trustworthy, incredible person, unlike some other people here. Cough, cough. Look at it though. Oh, it's adorable. And hi, Cod. Welcome to stream. Let's see. I am good crap. Indeed. If we were to try to make, what I'm trying to do right now is make this butterfly as small as I can. So, if we shrink it down even further, and oh, hold on, I need to grab our middle guy there. Horse centipede? I am not typing anything centipede related. That is for sure. I know that's house centipede. Nada. Oh man, it's one thing, it's I forget what they're called, but the heebie-jeebies, I tell ya. What I want to do is see about making this little guy even smaller. What do you think? Does it feel like a smaller butterfly? I'm just trying my best to, and horse. I would believe it if it said horse. I could believe there being a species out there. Oh, let's see, camel spider? I'll copy that. Don't look up camel spiders. 0, I'll be honest, I have the trust between you and me. Okay, so slow? Again? I'm not taking any opinion going forward for you. That was terrifying. Okay. How bad? Alright, I'm just making a small, cute, adorable butterfly. That's what I came here to do. Camel spider. It sounded cute. It's too big. And I recently learned about carrion bees that feed the flesh. That sounds about right. I can believe it. So maybe if I do this guy here, maybe we can round this guy out. I can see this being a what is it, butterfly. Maybe we could do that there, though that looks too wiggly. Something like that, I think, would work. And then if we were to maybe do a different pattern, so don't do it. 0, the issue is I feel like the trust between you and I is like 50-50. And vulture bees, they're all red and cute. You know, next time we take an ad break, how about I look up some bugs? You know, again, remember, there's a certain amount of trust here. If it's broken, it cannot be repaired. I want to try to add a little bit of, I'm guessing you would maybe call it like a little tail. And let's see. So how would you add that? Maybe it would be a darker color, and then something like that there. And then maybe you could do something like this here, and then it would be like that. I think it's too big though. Don't you think so? So maybe something like that there. Maybe you could go here, here, and here. And then maybe you can get a little bit bigger. Or maybe you're more so like that. Does that feel like it belongs? Maybe we can add that there. No! Honestly, I didn't even know what a camel spider was. I regret oh so much. Oh so much, I tell you. I'm thinking something like this. Maybe even we don't add the outline, do you think? But I do like the way the outline, those look like legs. I can see the legs. And I feel like we're just putting an animal name in front of spider or fly. Yeah. That's why I couldn't remember it. Let's see. Maybe what we can do is add a lighter tone or a darker tone. So maybe, right? Maybe we can do something like that there to show off, hey, look, that definitely does look like it's some horrifying creature. I was going for more of a ribbon look, but I don't think that's very ribbon-like. Maybe we can shift this guy over more, or hold on. You would get moved here, and then there and there. Something like that? Maybe that there, kind of at a point? Nah. It's just Magdalene Ladybug. If I remember, that's like a shark, right? Or a dinosaur? I don't like the sound of it. And I only checked after I said it. You know, it feels like a 50-50. Another horrifying creature of existence? Most likely. Saying that, let's try to also draw a moth, and then we'll take a look at what the Pixelart references have to offer. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Now, for a moth pattern, I think it's a little bit different. It's the triangle Dorito look we saw, right? So let me go ahead and slide this guy. It should let me select and slide over. Let's give trying about a moth. So let me scroll down. And for our moth, let's try keep it as simple as we can. Let's try one of these guys. And it's a mandible, looks like a buzz... Bolts? I don't know what that means. Mandible, is that the thing that's the mouth, I think? Or is that the arms? I cannot recall. So for our moth, right? We have a guy in the middle here. A little body. And then we have kind of a bit here. That's what makes the wings bigger. Oh, interesting. And tiger and silk moths? Moths are pretty cute. I don't think I've ever had a bad experience with a moth. I can at the very least say that. So what I'm doing here, and oh no, it's already ad break time. Okay, hold on. Let's see. You go down here, you go down like that, and then you go here, and we're going to need 2 colors. So I'm thinking we have first this top guy here, and then we have the bottom guy here, and then we add that guy there. And that would give us our moth, so we're going to need the fluffy parts. So maybe what we can do is then add a little antennas, but I don't know about the antennas. Maybe what we can do is squish you down, and then maybe we can squish you down even more. Nope, definitely not. I think you're gonna have to be squished a little bit, but ads are about to start. So, we'll do the ads, and see about bugs, I suppose. Do any of you have a favorite bug type? I know, for me at least, I do tend to like the colorful fuzzy ones. I think they're very cute. And a large gray moth. Oh, let's see, large gray moth. Large gray moth. Let's see. Oh, I think I've seen those before. The neat part about animals, too, is the camouflage, right? If I go back over here, this one looks like it's trying to camouflage with the bark, if I had to guess. If I go here, there we go. Some of it's trying to camouflage, if I had to guess. And you just made lungs. And mandible and buzzwool. Oh, I see. Got ya. I don't know too much about well, I don't know Pokemon names quite enough as I should, but I'm getting there. He just made a lug, so let's see. Just gonna oh, hold on. It would be this color, that color. And then you would take a rib cage for your guys. So you go hold on, you got and then there you go. Oh boy. Oh, I did not expect that to be as accurate as it seems. Oh boy. Let me move this guy here and undo lungs. And most moths are chill. They are. And I think I remember hearing about hawk moths. Let's see. Death head hawk moth. Let's see. Ooh. That's teetering on like a what would you call it, a hornet? I don't know about that one too much, but I can still see it. Big bug. Let me scroll it down. And it's classified as a moth, right? It feels more like it has the wings of a butterfly. If we're looking at that symmetry, it doesn't feel like it has that Dorito look. Like this guy Dorito. Maybe because the wings are not because the wings are expanded. If I grab one when their wings aren't expanded. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's why. It was open. This is closed. Dorito, I'm seeing it. And jumping spiders, hummingbird moths. Jumping spiders are very cute. I can agree to that. If it's fluffy, I'll probably enjoy it. And I remember a long time ago, I had a huge moth land on my chest. This thing had to be 7 inches wide. I kind of froze a few minutes later. Bird landed 10 feet away from me. It was just That sounds like the bird was eyeing her down. I can't see. I used to have a butterfly garden where I would plant flowers for all the butterflies. They were so pretty just to see and float around, but in a way, I think after watching that SpongeBob episode, it didn't go so well with saying the way those creatures looked. And that wasn't even a moth, if I remember. And silk moths or gray moths, or the goose. I think this is the gray moth you were talking about, right? And I next expect viscera. What's viscera? Hold on. Copy and paste. There we are. Oh, organs. I see. And I used to be terrified of butterflies when I was younger. The thing is, I okay, so about how I said earlier, and welcome back from the outbreak, by the way. How I said before, how I wanted to be an entomologist. In my free time, I was really into biology. So one time I was given a microscope kit. And me, being the oh so curious person I was, I thought to myself, all right, let's take these bugs, let's dissect them. And so I dissected butterflies, I dissected cockroaches, I dissected worms, I put them in the glass, taped them together, put them under the microscope to look at all the cells, because the cells were very pretty. It was the inside that mattered to me at the moment. But now I can't go anywhere near bugs. I went from dissection to terror. Oh boy. And hi Eska. Welcome. And you were scared of something? Really? No, I used to not be. I can't go back. Yeah, and times have changed. And butterfly faces are scary? Yeah. And weird how moths aren't afraid of people. It feels like a lot of bugs aren't afraid of people. And hi, I had to run off my machine the moment I said hi last time. Welcome back, Frost. What great timing. And you were the Dexter of No. I just enjoyed looking at the cells. So for the antennas, right? Let's see. Maybe what we could do is do something like this. Do you think? Like that. There we go. For our moth. Maybe what we can do is... Nah, I think. And just imagine you just look like a larger version. Or just imagine you just look like the larger version of whatever insect sees you. I understood the bugs. And just... I just want to see yourself! She says I'm digging into the poor creature's corpse. I used to be a bug scientist like you, but then something changed in me. Oh man. Let's take a look at some ways games do. Butterflies and moths, shall we? Let's go over here and let's take a look at these guys. Let me slide this over a little bit. I love you for what you are on the inside. Takes a whole different music. It's on the inside. Count. Let me get some tea. Butterflies drink blood. Not joking. I remember feeding them like a mixture of sugar water. Let me get some of this not coffee. Tea. She really was out there being the evil scientist. I did it for the good of science. I took no pleasure in it. So this is a butterfly little guy from Adventure Time. If I go ahead and click on, let's see, slide this guy over and click play, you can see he has a little bit of a flap to him. He goes up and down. It's like a skeleton death fly is what I'm guessing. That's what a mad scientist would say. I had aspirations. And I would do it for evil. No excuse. Oh man. And I guess we have an answer on one of the nut ears would love chat if it was a worm. Like I said, the relationship between me and bugs has changed very much. And bye, I need to relax. No worries, Icteron. Found some resources on the webpage and poster on them. Ah, lovely. We'll have fun. I hope you have a lot of fun. Saying that, he kind of bobs up and down. So we're gonna need to also see about doing butterflies from a side view. I used to eat ants. You know, it doesn't surprise me. I feel like a lot of people would see ants and think of themselves as an anteater. And would you just still love me if I was a worm? Oh boy. About that. That's so old. So sweet. Let's see. So what I'll do now is I want to see about also making them sideways. I don't know if we have an image of the moth sideways. I don't know. He's just dancing in the corner. So we'll stick to the butterfly side views, or maybe what we'll do is we'll try a butterfly flap. How about that? I did it for science that was already known. I thought I could make some cool discoveries in my backyard. I never looked at an ant and thought I want to eat it. So am I the weird one here? No, I never thought I wanted to eat an ant. But I could see why. If it was in an interest of a person, I could see why they would think to do such a thing. So I want to copy this guy. We'll slide him over. Oh, hold on. Which layer did we do him under? Oh, you're on the wrong layer, mister. Let me grab ya and yoink you down to this layer. There you go. And then we'll copy you and paste it out. There we are. I think if you were a worm, you'd be captured. You'd be captured by evil doctor. I wasn't doctor, a scientist. If I wasn't going to be entomologist, then I was going to be a biologist. If it wasn't going to be biology, it was going to be chemistry. And then somehow I ended up in a game development. Can you imagine the alternate timeline? So let's see. The butterfly wings. There's one frame that's very close, and then there's one where it's kind of open. So let's see about drawing them closer. And there are honey ants? Oh, I know bugs are edible. There's like chocolate-dipped grasshoppers. That is a thing. I don't know about the thing, but it is. And in your backyard? What do you mean, Zero? Many discoveries are to be found, I tell you. For this one, I think it would be better to do a ping pong animation. And is there a reason why we say insect scientist and not entomologist? Isn't that what an insect scientist is? I think, I could be using the word wrongly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. For this guy, what I'll do is I'll make the wings a little smaller. And Marty the Fly went back in time and stopped her. And then I learned about Koreans. Let's see. Can you elaborate a little bit though, Eska? And everything is edible if you're brave enough. Oh, I mean, I guess, to a point, yeah. What I'm seeing here, right, is it starts off wide, and then it gets smaller. So, let's make them a little smaller. Something like that, I think. We'll move this guy up, maybe like that. And then we'll make you go here and do like that there. And then, let's see. Something about there and there, like that. Like that. And then, for this guy, you will be completely folded. So you'll be like this, and like that, and then like that, and you'll go here. And the hope is that doing a ping pong animation should be good. And entomologist is the research of insects. I was just wondering why we didn't use that name. Didn't I say entomologist, I think? Or do you mean not saying insect scientist instead? And in a lab with a scope, not next to a sand. Yeah. I've always loved science and math. Oh boy. So if I click play here, right? The animation, not quite what we're looking for. However, and oh, hold on. Did I do these incorrectly? I did. Hold on. You're supposed to be copied. Copy. And then undo. What happened to the other guy? This guy. And then this guy here. Let's see. You. Delete you, paste you. That's fine. We can just use the whole guy. So this guy here. All right. So now if we click play. So the hope is that by doing a ping pong animation instead, it should make it look like it's going in and out. So if I right click this and set it to new tag, and I set it to animations ping pong, it should go forward and backwards. So this should hopefully give more of a fluttery feel. And let's see, I think fascination with internals or whatever creature has a name and it should be observed. Well, I was never into dissection of like when it came to science, like in not biology class, but when they were like, oh, let's go ahead and dissect frogs. I didn't want to do that. No, thank you. Then again, I also moved out of my my bug phase by that. Oh man, let's see. So, do you see how it kind of flutters now? But it's not quite the same as this flutter. So what do you think? I guess because it's so big, it goes from being big into narrow. So I think for our butterfly, it would have to be wide. So let's see, this is wide. And then it has to go not so wide. So something like this. So we keep it wide is the thing I'm thinking of. Something like this instead. Where you go there, you go there. So instead, you go here, here. Nah. It's gotta go up, I think. If we click play, what are we saying? Nah. It looks like it grew and shrunk. And can it be said that you had a bug life? I used to love that movie. And let's see, you ever really do the frog dissection? I thought that was a thing. Well, I was sick for the day it was supposed to be a thing. But you know what? I'm kind of glad about it. I feel like that would have not been fun. Oh boy, but I was always into looking at cells, and it is a thing. Oh yeah, and I figured out a cure for common cold. Barbie and Tommy from Power Rangers. Huh. I don't know what we're referencing there. I wasn't very into that. We also did pigs. Oh, I haven't heard of that one before. So let's see. This needs to go, I think, up a little bit, up and down a smidge. So let's see. Yeah, this needs to go longer, I think, is the issue. So something like this. And then you go there. So you. Maybe you need to get longer. Something like you. So you. And then you also need to get longer. So something like that. So you. Let's make you a little wider. Something like that. So we have you. Hold on. So you. I think this guy should go in like that. So it can look like it's folding inwards. There we go. Okay. And honestly, sign me up. Usually small pigs. Interesting, and holy cow. I think what you mean is pig. That is a really interesting one, though. So now, what do you think? Do you think the flutter helps? And one time they detected a goat brain? You know, I was always into just looking at the already on file cell things. I forget what they're called. But the thing that holds the glass between the cells that you could look at. And I wish I could have seen an animal cell. Only saw like a layer from an onion under the microscope in school. I mean, if you ever had a pet, maybe you could have brought it into school, something like that. I think this is a good butterfly flutter, though, don't you think? I think it could be a little bit better, though. If we look at the sky, what are we seeing? I think it's because it goes, let's see. I'm curious to see. I think what I can do is if I right-click this guy, right? And I click on draw. We have this shape for this guy here. And I'm just drawing out the shape. And then if I click on escape and I go forward, we stay in that guy. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, it stays in that shape. And mine isn't really staying in that shape. So if we go here, it doesn't really stay and it kind of goes above it. So let's try to keep in that shape something like this here. And then this guy down here would stay in the shape. So something like that, I think. So we have you, you, you. Something like that. And then this guy here is not the shape. So something like, nah, let's move you down there because you're also wing. There we go. I don't know how I feel about that one. I think I liked it before. And butterflies live their whole lives clapping hands. It does look like they're clapping their hands together. That's adorable. And maybe preserve some of the curves when it goes in. Sure. Maybe what we could do is do something like this. So we round this guy out. Maybe we can do some of you here. Maybe some of you here. So something like this. And then maybe we can do something like that. And then maybe we can do something like this. And then maybe we can up that guy up. So it goes here, here, here. This guy would need to be moved here. Kind of like that. I think that could work. It's this guy I'm not too sure about. So maybe we can make you bigger? Nah. I think in this case, maybe doing like this would be better. And there's a way to make it a little bit longer in the animation where the wing is fully flapped. There is indeedy. Right now I'm sticking to an arbitrary rule of you cannot go longer than a certain amount of frames. But certainly, yep. For example, what you can do is you can right-click this last flame, for example, and it's a hot dog. Not again! I think you're all just hungry. But what we can do, right, is you can click the speed up and slow down. And then, actually, I hope this is not a plugin. I don't believe so. Hold on, let me just double check. Scripts. I don't believe it is. But what should come up is I right-click this guy, speed up, slow down. If I make this guy like this, see, it's slowed it down. It slowed that one frame down. And I was thinking that it adds some oomph. It does. I definitely do think that's the case. If I click on this guy, right? Flap. 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 I do think that helped. And I do that. Good. And we're not hungry. You're just gonna draw tasty bugs. You're not you and you're hungry. Every bug looks like a delicious meal. And wasn't this supposed to be yesterday? Hi, Double Pixels. Welcome to stream. This was supposed to be on Friday. However, I got sick, so it was moved to today since I'm feeling a lot better. So let's see. Let's go ahead and move this guy here and save this guy. And, oh no! What have I done? You here, and then, oh, okay. You know what? You're fine to stand like that. Yeah, the symmetry tool always getting me in trouble. There you go. And that, and then that, and then all these guys can be removed. There we go. You can draw some shades to show the wings clapping. Let's see. So, if I do, start it like this, right? And then we say, maybe this is the dark color. And if we do, this guy's going inwards. Maybe we can do something like that to show, hey, look, this is the shadow of darkness. Something like this. I actually think maybe it would be better to do something like that. To show, hey, look, it's slowly coming in on itself. Something like this might be work it. And that's actually a great idea. And hi, Last Words. Welcome to stream. And hi again. Sorry for not joining your streams. No worries at all. Things happen. Life happens all the time. I'm glad you're here now, and feel free to come and go as you please. I had to cancel the stream I was saying before, so I wholeheartedly understand. Something like this, you think? Maybe we could do this guy here and that guy there. And then maybe, let's see, symmetry tool. So grab this guy here. Maybe. So this guy here, then this guy gets inwards. So maybe we could do this guy here. So this guy goes here. Kind of doesn't feel right in the shadow of darkness. And then this guy goes together. So that's kind of the tips is what I'm hoping to go for. But it doesn't look quite right. But truth be told, I think without the shading worked a little bit better in our favor. But let's take a look at what other people are doing for their wing flutters. So if we go back to here, right? And we go to these butterflies. I believe these are from... I don't remember. Maybe they're from Fields of Mistria. I think this one is from Fez. Let's take a look. This one is Adventure Time. Yep, and I'll just hide you as we're going along. We have... You're from Evoland. Or is it Evoland? Evoland 2. And for these butterfly flaps, what they do is... Let's see. Let me go frame by frame. Makes it a little bit easier. But I'll go back to here. That way you can see it. There you go. Ooh, that's a pretty flap. It's not the butterfly realistic flap, but it looks like they're flying. I guess, right? This is not flying. This is just flapping maybe to stretch your wings sort of flying. Or flapping. And how's it going in your game? It's going great. Solving a lot of bugs, refactoring a lot, so things are going great and dandy. I hope things are going great on your side of things as well. And I do that. Yep. Right now today we're working on bugs as, funny enough, the reason why I thought bugs would be a good thing to do is, in my game, I have a witch, and she's a necromancer, and her familiar is a little spider. So I'm hoping that we can get to bees and spiders after we finish butterflies. That way, maybe I can add another pizzazz to her spider. And are you going to use that for the game project? Nope, these bugs at least. But if we get around to using spiders, maybe in the future we can spend a stream figuring out some more spidery looks. And I did that. Good. Okay. So saying that, right? Let me go ahead and save this guy. Let's try to do a little bit of what they do. They start out with the wing, and they also don't have an outline, which is interesting. And almost looks like a bird flap. Yeah, I can see the bird flap. Yeah. This reminds me of a bird flap, like a bird flying. And if we go here, let's see. So that's the single one. It starts up and then goes up, down. Yeah, so you start up, down, up, down, it seems like. Up, down, so you're like 4 frames. So if I do this, there we go, I think. So you are 5 frames actually. You should go here and then click play. There we are. Yeah, it kind of goes, it starts normal, it starts up, then it goes down, and then it goes up. Okay, let's give that a look. Let's give it a try. And control click. Thank you for reminding me, Zero. Yeah, I can go to layers like that. Great reminder. So let's see. What I'll do is I'll grab our butterfly. Oh, hold on. Blitz me. I'll grab our butterfly, paste it down here, and I did that. Good. Okay. I think I'm caught up on everything. So let me go ahead and paste you here, and paste you here, paste you here. Let me make sure I also didn't miss any notifications, as it does tend to do that. And we're good to go. Lovely. Okay. So saying that, for this guy, right, it went down. So we're gonna go down. And it's like jumping jacks with wings. Isn't it interesting? It kind of goes down a little bit, like this. So if we check back for this guy, right? It starts here. And if we're looking at this bottom guy, so just looking at this, we have this bottom pixel. And if we do this button here, it goes up. So it squeezes. It's going inwards. It's the top is coming down, then the down is going up. And if I go back to here, you can see if we do here, it squeezes, and then it lengthens the top. Interesting. Okay, so we squeeze, and then we stretch the top. So, if we're to do that here, right? We gotta squeeze. Also, let me check. I don't know if it did move it. No, it didn't move it. You can see, right? The purple and the green stay the same. So I actually... Oh, no, never mind. Hold on. Purple-green stays the same, and then it moves up. Ooh, interesting game you're playing. Okay, let's not slide this guy up. Apparently, this guy is the one that's getting slid up. So we would go up here like this, and oh, too far. Let me back in, coach. Let's see. And then from there, this guy gets squished, and the other guy gets squished. And what's your playlist? It's so chill. I do need to add like an exclamation playlist or something of the sorts. However, I can certainly link you to the guy. Oh no, where are we at? If I drag you here, let me just see if it'll let me. Edit, and then if I click on this, I should certainly make it a There you go. Okay. I forget the name at the moment, but that should link you to this one here. That's the channel I get the music from. Game Chops. I think that's the name of it. And they have a lot of like jazz and piano. So if that's of interest to you, that's good. And I hope I get success at my animation so I can afford a PC. Wish me luck. Best of luck, Lost World. I think through trial and error, there's growth to be found. So really, best of luck. Yep. And I love what the Signish butterfly's doing. Let's see. Signish one? I'm looking at this one. Are you talking about this one or are you talking about a different one? And thank you. Of course. The music is really good. I gotta add a command to make it a little bit easier. So saying that, right? This guy gets squished. And yeah, this one, yeah, that's the one we're referencing at the moment. So let's see. We're going to squish you, possibly like this, and then maybe even like that. And you're also going to get squished. So all the squishing is going to happen. Maybe even like that, and that can go up there. So we go squish. I might have to come down a bit, like here. Just see. Nah, we'll be back up. What we see going on here is we start off normal, and then we get squished, and then we go up. So, the idea is possibly we first normal, squished, and then up. So if I go ahead and grab you, paste you here, now you go up, and then you go up, like that. And if we go back to here, and it's also ping pong, that's not the one we're looking for. So if I quickly just make this not ping pong, it should help a little bit. If we do forward and then do paste. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? Certainly, it looks like it's getting big and then small. For this guy here, what's your secret? Oh, there's also a little bit of a flap. This really does feel like a bird wing and the way it's flopping. Yeah, I can see it. It kind of has that, where a wing might be straight, like this. The bird's wings kind of bent, and then you get the bent to straight. It's kind of like a flow. I can see it. Yep, and butterfly push-ups. He's doing his workout. So let's see. This feels like it would be maybe like a lightning bug instead, or the way it's pulsing. So let's say you. So we're looking to squish it, and that's not squish, I think. So maybe we can move this down a little bit more. Maybe something like this. And I didn't notice, but you're right. It's very bird-like and flopping. Someone mentioned it. I don't remember who, but it was mentioned, yeah. And forgive me, I created last week. It's great, Bobby. Check. I'm a little afraid to see what you've done. So we shrink, and then we move up. What do you think of that? I do think it's an interesting floof. Oh, also, right? If we're to do that bird wing, then it needs to go down. So the action we would do is for this down, we would actually make it go like this. Like that. So it looks like it's going in a circle. An interesting movement, yeah. It is the thing. I don't know if I would count this as flapping, but I can see what they're going for. The circle, I think, is why. Let's see. Yeah. And then if I'm just curious what the ping pong looks like, we just do ping pong again. It would be, yeah. See how it changes depending on the animation? The ping pong you can see is ping ponging back and forth. Well, if I click on forward here, so I click on this guy, it goes from left to right. So it just goes this way. Ping pong goes back and forth. But I think this is certainly interesting. And let me get some tea as well. And compared to the usual insect angle, I think they made the butterfly bird-like as a way of showing maybe elegance, making it feel lighter. But butterflies are already naturally light. When I see these movements, I think they're light. I'm thinking it's because it feels slow and the way the movement seems intentional. And it does feel lighter. Yeah, that's really interesting. It looks like a jumping animation. I can see it, yeah. It's about to go. Let's see. Let me make sure this is forward. Yep. So let's see. What other sprites are we seeing? I think this one is from... Oh, hold on. Right. I click Alt. Control click. This is Stardew Valley. There we are. Okay. And for Stardew Valley's butterfly, what does it look like, you think? It's more of that fluttering we saw before. So it's the one I was trying to do, where we have it flat, and then it goes up. So for theirs, it does go up. The top goes up, the bottom stays the same. And then it goes inwards like mine. Isn't it interesting? That's why I try to do these before, or I try to draw it before we actually look at what people tend to do. Because I think it's interesting to say, okay, this is what I thought, this is what they thought. And this here is pretty similar to mine. If I go back to here, and I go back to here, it looks like hot dog. Doesn't it? And a cosmic taco. And I did read your message, Zero. But come at me, bro. I did read that one. Maybe I read it in my head though. And there's an interesting sign butterfly's doing, makes it look more flappy. Its tail looks like it's going down as the wings go up. Do you mean this one here? Yeah. If I go back here, you can see, right? Pay attention to the purple and green. Stays still, and then goes up. And for the rest of these guys, this stays down, and then it goes up, and then it stays as that other part going up. So it's like the center stays still for a few of them. It's really interesting the way they do it. It adds a lot of feeling. Even this one looks like it's bobbing up and down. With the way it stays still, this guy here, and then it goes up. So you keep the body stable, and then you move the body up. And it's like a jump of sorts? Yeah, it does feel like a jump. I can't do it in here. I don't know how to do it, how to loop an animation so that it would look like it's flapping across the screen. But you could play this into like a door or something and make it look like the sprite's moving. That would be a possibility to see if our butterfly actually looks like it's butterflying. You know, I don't think it would be too hard, truth be told. However, it would also take just a hot second. And hi, Noi, or is it Noi? Welcome to stream, welcome back. And pretty big thinking for something so small. Yeah, I feel like that it's the little things that truly feel like they add a lot. This guy doesn't have an outline, this guy does. And if we take a look, I believe, at Fez, if we go back to this, these guys here, Fez, they only have one pixel. And if I remember, I only imported the one frame because Fez gets a little bit crazy when it comes to their butterflies. Let's see, spiders, or hold on, I'll just grab the, let's see, bug. Where's my bug study? I should be able to find it from there. Fez, just so I can show you. I try my best to import as many spreadsheets as I can, but sometimes it's a little bit too much. Let's see. This here, for example, Fez, the way they show their butterfly moving, it goes in a loop-de-loop. Isn't that adorable? However, that's a lot of importing. But I didn't want to show it off in the sense of it just makes frames. Do you think we could do a loop-de-loop? You think it would be possible? It's quite the journey. Yeah, it's going in a loop-de-loop. It's really pretty. And I only showed off one of the butterflies, but this one here was being played with by a cat. But I do think it's interesting. So, to do a loop-de-loop, I think it's possible. I do. And is it stationary or moving across the screen? I think, from what I'm guessing, it's staying in the box, right? Staying in this box. And the box isn't hold on. I don't think, yeah, it'd be a little bit hard to import. But imagine it's staying here and it's just going in a circle. It starts up here, then it goes up. It's going up and in circles. It's going over there and around and around. So, if you were to animate that, and I click this guy for save, what that would look like, and if I just make a new guy here, I believe it's stationary. Yeah, it's staying, oh, it could be moving across the screen, because you could say this is stationary, the flapping, but it could be moving. So that's a good point, yeah. And it's amazing how they accomplished with so few pixels, isn't it? So if we were to try to do something like that, if I scroll back in, can we? And how big is the butterfly? Like 3x3? This butterfly here is, I think, like 5x5. Let's see. 7x5 is what it's telling me. So for a butterfly here, if we, for example, had it about here, and then we did Alt-N, and then let's see, we grab this guy here. If we were to do maybe 6 is okay, possibly. So we start here, then Alt-N, and, oh, hold on, we need to do Alt-B. And then you were to add this guy here, Alt-B, continue along, and then probably here, and then if I click play, something like that is what it's doing. And so maybe 8x8 space to work with considering all its movements. It would look something like this, and then you would add all the flapping and everything. But it would be, that's what it's doing, the idea. And I just thought about the one scene in SpongeBob, where I see SB and I think Security Breach, where him and Patrick were in Sandy's dome and the butterfly landed. Yeah, I do remember that one. And then what I might do, and oh, I
Check
saw that.
Underscore 14
I can't hear it,
just
but I saw
redeemed
it.
hydrate.
Hydration time. Sure. Let me get some hydration. Thank you for that redeem check. Very important to hydrate before you dehydrate. Saying that, what I would then do for this guy is I would add a darker color.
Parliament stream.
Sure. Alright, so for your stretches, you want to make sure you go to the back. Make sure you go to the left. Want to make sure you go to the right. Make sure you go to the front. Then for your neck, make sure you go up and down, up and down. Next, you want to go left and right, the left and the right. Make sure you go ear and touch the shoulder sort of thing. Very important for the neck. And then last one, make sure you do turn and then down. And then, let's see, turn, down. There you go, stretching all done. And that's the most in-depth stretch. I figured if I'm gonna stretch, I might as well do it so that if someone wants to take a stretch break, they can. I've also got a lot of recommendations for stretches. In terms of neck ones, at least. It makes it easy, and it's also the thing I'm not just stretching, but making sure to feel out the stretch. And here's proving she's a go all out no matter what. And the Mona can't comprehend it. Not one bit. It's the rotation. And man, not happening, Zero. I see what you said, and I'm not going to elaborate on those words. So then for here, what you might do is have this, and then you might have like this, and then you would do, I'm trying to add like a back wing. That's what I'm going for here. And then back wing would go like here. So maybe this, and then you would have a back wing kind of like here. Really all you're trying to do is imply shapes. And then you have a back wing here. And then, let's see. If I click play, it looks like it's going around and around. And someday we'll become a sports streamer. Never. That'll be the day things stop and I should learn from you. Real sweet. I just try to do what I can with stretches. So maybe, right? For this guy here, we make it a single line? Nah. But this is the idea they're going for. And here's this next project. 30 days until handstand. Anything I do exercise-wise is, yes, no, Zero, no. Anytime I do exercising, it's game-based. So for example, Ring Fit Adventure or Beat Saber. Those are my exercise methods. Saying that, we also have some other guys here now. This is from, let's see if I remember. It's from, names. Ragnarok Online, I believe. And am I correct? Yes, Ragnarok Online. Look at this creature. Beat Saber, it's super fun. Does it? Never, Zero. This is like a moth sort of butterfly creature. It's bigger because I think it's supposed to be more of like a boss creature. But isn't it interesting how you go from so tiny and small to this big creature? It just seems to have power. It's elegant? I don't know. And space themed fitness place though? Got a good little space fitness wear. And then we also have some bugs from here. I believe this is Terraria, if I'm not mistaken. Terraria. Yep. These are Terraria bugs. They stick to the idea of having that center body and then some pixels in it. And then this is filled with Mystria. And you can see, I think these are moths in the sense of the antennas. And I like how they did the antennas. That's an interesting idea. And you should see the moth boss of Crosscode. Let's see, Crosscode. Let me copy you. Crosscode. I do, at the very least, have this moth. I don't remember where it's from, but let's see. We have this. Whatever this is. This is from I'm probably going to butcher it. Sukoden, maybe. I'm gonna guess it's a boss. Look at this is a moth. I'm guessing because of the antennas. But look at that thing. It looks like a horrifying creature, and I like how they use the idea of the faces in the wings and make it a horror face, and then like a really creepy eye. You can click. I did, Zero. I did, and. I've never seen the game before, but when I was looking up bugs, this is one I came across. And this creature's so creepy, isn't it? It's super creepy, but super neat at the same time. So let's see here. Let's go back to here, and that's a shiny butterfly. I wonder what'll happen if I kill it. Clueless, referring to the Terraria butterflies. I'm guessing it spawns a boss or something. So let me go ahead and save here. Let's try the antennas of Fields of Mystria. I quite like those. So what it would be, right, if we go back to this butterfly, we slide it over, move you over to about here, and turn off the animation. And the creature's face is so menacing. Ooh, I didn't get a chance to look at all the sprites, but it's now certainly on my list of creatures to look at. What Fields of Mystria does, if we go back to here, right, they add an outline for the bug. So if we go back here, right, it would be something like, let's see, this, and then it would be, oh, hold on. It would be, if I slide you over so you're visible. Very important that you're visible. Go back to here. Okay, and then add our symmetry tool. So slide you over. Oh, to slide over. To split over. There you go. And then I would add something like this. And then you would maybe add something like that. For the eye, it doesn't seem right. And I left the little antennas with the definition to give me the main body. To give the main body? Ah, hold on, let's see. You know, sometimes when in doubt, let's just take a quick look at it. I have to click this. And then if I do... Oh, do they have animations? I think they do. Hold on. If I click play? No, some other butterflies must. But if we go back to here, right? I go ahead and paste this guy. Now we can get a better reference image. We go back to here. This certainly feels more moth-like. And hi, Nameshift. Welcome to stream. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome to Bugs. So let's see. Hazelnut? Oh, I don't know. And let's see. It looks like a bug even without the wings. You love how cool it looks? I can see that. For me, I think what makes it feel like a bug, maybe, is the fact that there's a body here. So there's something like this going on for the body first. Little guy like this. And then only then, they also do like a wider body. So something like, let's see. I slide you over to this guy here. And then we do something like that. There you go. They give it a little head. So a little head here. And then from that, they have little antennas. So something like that. And that feels moth-like, now that I'm looking at it. So if we grab, like, 2 yellows, I'm thinking. Like, let's see. You here. And I got those cute little eyes and antennas. It's like 80% the size of its torsos. It's adorable. And Armoguma? What is that, Zero? So let's see. We have the 2 little guys like that and that there. And then that's where the wings come into play. So if we try our moth wings again, right? That's the little body. If we maybe do something like this, and then we have it come up like that, and then we have maybe another set of wings come up like that. Oh, we'll see. Well, I'll try at the very least. Let's see. You go there, and are the fluffy ones? This is the one I'm looking at. It's a yellow body, actually. So hold on. Well, no, it's yellow on top, pink on the bottom. There's a little bit of difference. Let's see. You're yellow on top, and then pink on the bottom. Kind of looks like a Pokemon. No bait. Never heard of that one before. Hold on, let me copy and see. If I go ahead and click on you here. Oh, like a little bat. That's cute. That is adorable. Let's grab you here and Zelda boss. Oh, got ya. I do have a little bit of Zelda on here, I think. And we have you kind of go here. You're a little bit darker. And then there's a little bit of yellow here. And boss, I did read that. Let's see. So maybe if we shift it a little bit towards yellow, come down here. Oh, hold on. Like that up there. It's not quite a peachy color. But maybe something like that for our moth would be more moth-like. And are we learning bugs for a cafe game, or are we here to love the game? For the love of the game. We're here for the love of the sport when it comes to bugs. However, I do, as I said before, usually for these stream studies, I try my best to words. I come at it from the aspect of, sometimes I want to try to study because I know I'll need to do the thing in my game. So for example, studying characters, important for my game. This, maybe not so much. For example, the reason I thought bugs would be great is because my character has the spider familiar, and it'd be fun to know how to draw spiders a little bit better for the little familiar. And not all who wonders are lost, so they say. And for the love of bugs, lots of bugs, aren't they cute? So maybe, let's see, if we darken it out to here, maybe we can expand it to be here to make it more angular, something like that. And look at clown-looking tiger moths. Clown tiger moths. Ooh, they're exotic. They have a lot of colors. Interesting one there. Let's see. If we do, well, these guys have really long wings, so maybe we should really do more so like that. There we go. Something to this extent here. And then we have you, and then we have you, and then you would kind of follow underneath that there, like that. But I don't know if it feels like quite like a moth still, do you think? Maybe we can get rid of some of the body and add more this here? I could see it being some sort of creature, certainly. I'll go ahead and paste this guy here just so we have it as a option. A lot of these guys are just options. I like doing these studies because it's a thing of, you never know what you'll find and if you'll think it's fun or not. And there are folks who don't think that moths are the coolest. Moths are very neat. I definitely like this little guy here. I think it's adorable. But then you kind of see a big moth and kind of wonder, is it still adorable? I don't know. And that's just lungs. You see nothing. I think you are just organ inclined and looks more like a fly. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Well, learning or using what we learned, right? What can we improve on the body? I think for starters, right? I do like the body here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do the width. Right now I'm keeping to 16 by 16, and that's barely a moth. Who gave it a stinger? No one gave. There's no stinger here. Oh, do you mean like that? Oh, that's a little bit better. That's supposed to be a body. Let's try adding more wings here. It looks like a little bat. I can see bat. And no, not the cute one. I see. Got ya. Let's see. I mean, it's got the moth fluffy things. That's moth, right? And what if you don't use the outline? On the outline color on the inside? Maybe a shade inside the color? Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? Let's see. What I'm thinking is, oh, do you mean like this? And then like that? Like kind of, so to speak, how they have it, where the body's here-ish? And then perhaps we should have an up part? I'm thinking what we can do is make it more angular. So something like this. Maybe there. And then it kind of goes over, but that's okay. But this feels maybe a little bit more on the mothy side, where we have that wing, that first wing there. And then this would be the pink guy here. And then maybe would have that second wing come out. So something like this here-ish. Maybe could work out a little bit better. But then it still feels like a fly. If anything, it almost looks like a dress. I could say that as well, like a cute little dress in the, it's a wasp and moth's clothing. How dangerous. Let's see, if we go back to here. Yeah, this little guy here. Maybe it's because of the fluffy antennas. What if we were to do something like this? Maybe we can do like that there, that there, that there. I think that makes it a little bit less bat-like. And the angle's helping. Let's look at the real moth comparison. Yep, this is the real moth. And it certainly doesn't look too bad. Thank you. It is a work in progress. That's always the case, isn't it? And let's try to go for more of a rounded edge here. There's some more body. So let's add that body. And maybe here. And then let's see. There's more body there. I'm seeing body. So maybe we do body like this instead. Like that. But it feels a little bit too big, but I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I'm just trying to get the feel of it down. That's all body, and this would be the lines to the body. Or maybe you could do that for the body too. And it's different in some way from a fly. That's good. I'm going in the right direction then. So maybe, right, the angle I'm seeing is it's going down more. So let's try straight down more. Something like that, maybe? Like there. And so sharper wings closer to the main body, wider wings further from the main body? What I'm saying is, well, what we're talking about with the Dorito, it seems wider, where it goes out at the sides here for a Dorito-y shape. So something like this more so. And then we kind of have that kind of go to the sides. It's more what I'm saying of. And maybe this here. And then maybe that there. That looks like a fly. Congratulations, you have achieved moth. Thank you. I'll be here all weekend. Let's see. Maybe that there. I think it also depends on the sizing. So for example, maybe then if we add this guy here, that guy there, and now we add that lower wing. So maybe something like you. There? What do you think? More moth? And have you drawn a swallowtail already? Ooh, I remember the name of swallowtail. Hold on. Swallowtail. No, but I have, I remember those butterflies. I have so many up here. They've got like many. And the swallowtail's gotta be here somewhere. There's many butterflies here. I would not be surprised. See, like yellow and blue. Yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. It's here somewhere. That's not it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Hold on. Oh, there you are. There it is. Haven't drawn it, but it is there as reference. And a giant spider with the eyeball from Twilight Princess. When you do enough damage to it, it turns out that what you were fighting was actually a spider mech. The eye is the spider. Oh, that's creepy. That's super creepy. Let's see here. Let me scroll back to our moth that we were looking at. And I'm back from Universal Studios. Hi to Jack. Welcome back. And I hope you had a lot of fun. And how much is the moth's wing covering the body in one game reference we were looking at? Well, the issue is a little bit that these are big butterflies, right? I wasn't able to find a lot of moth reference. This one here is a moth, I believe. These are crystal moths. And if we're looking at it, it feels more butterfly-like in the wings than the moth look I'm going for. This feels more butterfly-like. Victory. Ooh, I'm gonna have to look at that. Viceroy. Ooh. I've always been a classic Monarch fan, but I've been learning more. Butterfly. Ooh, it's like a, is it a Monarch? No, it's not a Monarch. It's like a Monarch Juana thing. That's an interesting one. And the cute pink, yellow, and moth appears to drape its wings. Yeah, I believe that's also, oh, hold on. This definitely does feel a little bit more butterfly-like. This guy here, the wing out. So maybe it's only dependent on the moth. And Viceroy trade federation? Oh, I don't know. And let's see. Saying that, right? I'm thinking as well, the antennas going in opposite directions also helped. So if I make this guy, oh, hold on, it's too big, way too big. Move you up here. Oh, no, we want to keep the little head. And favorite and least favorite bug? That's a little hard. I like so many bugs. I could probably say these moths have got to be big cuties. I don't have a favorite bug. It's tricky because there's so many cool bugs out there. I like the bugs that are just fluffy. And a moth suggestion? Hold on, check. Let me scroll up. Found out spider moths exist. Copy, paste. Hold on. You know what? I could get behind a spider moth. They're meant to look like spiders is my guess. With the eyes. Remember how we were talking about how some of the wings sometimes look like eyes? My guess is that from far away, they're supposed to look like spider eyes. That's really neat, Chuck. Thank you for pointing that out. And this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. So let's see. Let me go back into here. Let's try maybe a little bit more of a different design. Let's go back to this guy. I'm going to slide him over just a smidge. Like this here. And then from there, let's maybe think about making the body smaller. Something like this. And then that body kind of goes up. So maybe we can go up and down. Like that. Quad wings. Which ones? These? Or you're talking about some other ones. So maybe we can do something like this. It kind of goes up and then down. So maybe like that there. And then we have you kind of going there. Yeah, the one you're looking at right now. This is called the Luna Moth. They're very pretty. They are super pretty. I just learned about them. Well, I remembered them, but I forgot about them. So I re-remembered them the other day. So let's see. Maybe what we can do is do something like this, right? Where it goes underneath. And then this is the line. And then we have another line. So let's see. Race you there. And the way the colors overlap on the two wings really make it click. Yeah. Maybe we can try something like that. So we have the first wing, right? Which is kind of like a Dorito shape. So we have you kind of going down like this. And then you kind of go up into the body. Something like that. So we have first guy here, I think, has this feel, do you think? Or no, it would go down a little bit more. Something like that there. Feels a little bit more. It kind of goes up and down. Or more so like that. That's not the feeling we're getting with this guy. So I'm gonna see maybe if we go down more. Something like you here. That doesn't feel very inclined. You kind of go, it's tricky. Super tricky. And now it looks more majestic though. Oh yeah. And over 900, really? My goodness. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone. It's always super important. And that thing has broad shoulders. Maybe that's it. I need more broad shoulders. I also think I should bring this in. There's only 1 hour left. Yep. Once we finish this guy, we'll move on to bees. Or you know what? Let's do spiders then bees is the hope. If we do happen to go a little bit over, that's a-okay. But I try my best to stick to schedule. I think I get a little bit distracted with the idea of why these guys aren't working the way I'm thinking they are. That's a-okay. I did want to get through a few of these. I didn't think we were going to get to ants. But I also had ants on the agenda. And the thing is that whatever we don't finish this time around, we'll do something else. So I'm thinking maybe it's tricky because the wings look like they do this. And they go up and then they go down. Something like that is the wings I'm getting. Not this. So maybe I can just if I just possibly make you there and just and if we just go ahead and do some of you guys there and just do yep, there. Lovely. And then from there, we need the under guy. So let's go ahead and erase you. And from there, what I'm thinking is, it's a little tricky because you can see the underneath. What I'm thinking is possibly like that there to show, hey, look, we have a little bit coming out. And then we have another bit here kind of coming out. Reminds me of the snow mobbing Pokemon from Generative. Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that. My knowledge, I tell you, is super finite when it comes to Pokemon. So then we have this wing and it goes down. So we can have it coming down here like that. And then we have it kind of going down here. And then maybe we can have you going here. Maybe even up here. Like this, that there. And then we have you kind of come out. So maybe you can come out like that there. Like that, do you think? It feels a little bit too long though. So maybe we can bring you in a little bit. Like that there. Move you in there. Maybe move you up a little bit. Move you in a little bit. Something like that. And then maybe this guy can come in a little bit there-ish. I'm getting a slow feel slowly in Frostmoth. Frostmoth. I feel like I've heard that name before. Hold your horses. Frostmoth. And search. Ooh! Now that is a fluffy moth. I do like the fluff. And snow moth Pokemon. Yep, Frostmoth. And let's see. That's what Solo said, Jack. And oh no, my mistake. And I still can't get over the fact that there are ants mimicking mantises. A lot of creatures tend to seem to want to mimic other characters or creatures, and I can't blame them. They're really good at mimicking, and it helps. It helps them stay alive. So something like this, you think, can help it look like, or actually more like that there. And maybe we can do something there. Maybe even like that there, maybe. And then we can have this guy go down. And then for you, maybe we can also have you go down like that. Possibly. I think this might be as close as we're gonna get. And then this guy would be darker on the outsides. And imagine evolving with eyeliner on. There's so many cool animals out there, I tell you. I think this might be as good as we're gonna get, though. For the moment, at the very least. We could maybe add more Dorito, but I like how it kind of pops out. Maybe we could pop it out a little bit more, like that. Maybe. I could see fixing it a little bit, but I don't want to work on it too much since certainly I could spend all the rest of the hour doing a moth, and I do want to make sure we do get through some of these characters. Or some more of these bugs. Maybe just one last touch added there. Make the body a little bit longer. Okay, and it looks like its first wings are casting a shadow on the other ones. I don't know how you could fix that. Might have to surrender for the moment. Maybe something like that there? Yeah. For now, I'm not going to touch it anymore just because I'll be here all day. Maybe it was transparent. The issue is I thought this was transparent in the way it was blending. And maybe a different color for the very top of the wings? Oh, hold on. Let's see. Let's go back to you. We can close you. Go back to you. Maybe something like that there, and then this here, and that there, do you mean? Something like that? And pretty honest to the original? The only difference may be how the shoulders seem to have a different colored stem. Yeah, I'm guessing you mean this part here. And I did that. Good. And different color, excuse me. For the very top, maybe what we could do is grab this color. Oh, hold on. Grab this color, and then we'll grab this color, set it to 50%, and this will be the halfway point. So it would be like that, but I can't really see it. But I do think that adds more to it, do you think? A little bit of change for transparency? Do you think it helps? And the upper outline being different color made the broad shoulder effect. Let me redo you there. Let me go ahead and paste you here. What do you think? Does that add a little bit? And the color does help the transparency a lot. Making it fainter, do you think? And let's see. From that, and oh!
Noise 70
toggle.
just
Let me get
redeemed
that name.
glasses toggle.
Thank you. For the glasses toggle, Noise. So let's see. Let me grab that timer there. Oh no! I lost my timer. Clock here. Lovely. And then let's go ahead and click on you. And let's also have the ads from now since we're about to do the bees. And then, oh no, spiders. We're about to do spiders. And the ads will run soon. So we'll run them now. And Mantis is on the show tonight. Orchid Mantis. Oh yeah. I think I have Orchid Mantis on here unless I deleted it. But I would love to come back and do Mantis. Let's see, not fly, but there's flies, of course. But like beetles. Beetles are really neat. Like what is it? Rhinoceros beetles? Those are super cool. I could totally see beetles being a cool thing to draw. There's so many ideas you could do with like the horns, especially. I could see those being cool guys. Let me see. While I'm waiting for the ads, and let's see. If I scroll back to our little Luna moth, maybe we go for a darker pink. So maybe we go for a little darker, not super dark like this guy has it. So maybe a little bit darker like this instead of really strictly dark. Like you. Oh, nope. You need more oomph. You. Like that. I think that, maybe. Maybe a little bit more oomph. Like that. Possibly. And then maybe what we can do is also add you there. Nah, maybe you there. Nah, I think that works out. There's so much beetle species and most of them are cool. Yeah. Beetles are pretty neat. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So saying all of that, oh, maybe also that guy can go up there to show the wings. And then maybe this guy can go up here for the other wings. Yeah, and my favorite bug is the stag beetle. I believe I've heard of those before. Copy, paste you into here. Yeah, you know, they're cool. I can give them that. They're a little creepy looking, but they're cool. I can't deny their coolness. Roaches, on the other hand, they don't get a pass. They don't. But I can certainly get behind something like a rhinoceros beetle. Rhino beetle. Yeah, they look like dinosaurs. I think they're pretty neat. Hold on, let's see. These guys right here, to those that you don't know. And I can see it also feels a little bit like a scorpion. However, right? As long as I don't go near it, I can, if it's in a box, good. like if I were to go to not an aquarium, but an insect place that is an aquarium, I would go. But if I found one of these in my house, we would have problems. It could be cool out there, but inside, that's a different story. It's like spiders are neat. They help the economy, and they help it's not economy, is it? They help the environment. There we are. Look, bees do. Really cool. I like looking at them from behind a window. Oh man. Let's see. I did read that. Lovely and sharp. Yeah, isn't it? I think they're harmless though. If I do recall, they look sharp, but they're really neat. And just want to flip you. They're ready to rumble. And let's see, mistreating him too lazy? Misreading, or what do you mean? And largest species on Earth? I see. Stag beetle. Maybe, I wouldn't know. And let's see. My rule with bugs and spiders is, you can live with me, no problem. But if I see them, well, they're going to die now. So better live in the shadows like a ninja. The issue is the webs, right? Eventually, you'll see centipedes. Okay, so centipedes are a different story. Oh boy, welcome back from the ads though. Alrighty, let's draw some spiders. Okie dokie. Let me go ahead and save this guy. Let me get some tea. And let's get into it. Tasty. So as I said before, spiders can be adorable. Oh, Betty Voco, is that how you say it? Hello, welcome to stream, and hello! I saw you on Insta, and since I really love Pixelart, here I am! Damn. I hope you're having a good day. I am indeed, and welcome. I'm glad the algorithm has done its thing. I hope you enjoy it around here. The only centipede I love is Scent Scorch. Is it this Pokemon you're talking to? Pokemon. Oh no! Is this the Pokemon you happen to be talking about? And they help the economy. The bees fund the business. Saying that. Let's look at some spiders. And Vegeta, the Pokemon. Oh boy. Now what game is the spider from? Right, control, click. This is from also Suikoden. Now I can say, these spiders, I don't agree with them. I'm really excited to learn some stuff. Lovely. I always wanted to get into some Pixelart, but never knew where to start. I'm glad you asked. Hold on. Exclamation Pixelartgs. There you go. That should hopefully help you. I made a video on it and also an article. So hopefully those links can help you. And the spiders? No, Scolopede. Got ya, guy. What's he penguins and cicadas? I don't like them. They're too loud. And the spiders looks like his head's bananas, his legs. They're not yellow enough to be bananas. And since he scores is Gen 8. I see. And starting Pixelart with spiders is an interesting way to do it. I mean, it depends on what you're going for. Again, I'm hoping to get a good use of the study because I need to learn how to draw spiders. This is the first time I did. So I want to learn. So we have some of these guys here. We then have this little guy here. And then we have, this one is from not Evil Online. Ragnarok, right? Ragnarok. Yes. And then this is from Undertale. So let's give a try at drawing our own spiders first. And then we'll take apart those spiders. So let's go back to here. And let's see. Sick, thank you. Wonderful. I hope it's handy. And I did read that. Good, good. And economy. Got ya. So I'll go ahead and save here. I'll do that guy there. And then let's do you here. And from there, let's go ahead and go about here. So, spiders. So something, they can be adorable. I've got some tarantula looks too. Let's see. These guys here now. Spiders. If I go back up to here and make this a little bit bigger, got a few of them, you know? And I could not find, I believe this is called a crab spider, if I'm not mistaken. It feels like, from what I've seen, is the thinner the legs are, the scarier it is. Because if it's thick and fluffy, I'm not too afraid of it. It's not too, this isn't too bad. It's really pointy, I think. And why is Muffin there? She's a spider. And pardon? Yeah, I think this is called a spider crab, if I'm not mistaken. And underwater spiders are nightmares? Oh yeah. And long-legged spiders? No, they... As I said, I can appreciate them from a distance. And it's a daddy long-legs? Not this one. If it's small and thin, I think that's the issue. I think if you want scary, make them thin. Make the legs very thin. And I want to give that a try. Thin and pointy. But if it's big like a tarantula, I don't have a problem with this. I think this is cute. I think it's adorable. So let's see if we can make a scary, dangerous looking spider and a cute looking spider. And the best spiders are jumping spiders? Oh yes, I do have some of those too. They're adorable. And what do you notice, right? Not small limbed. They're fluffy and they're round. They're not pointy. So they feel cuter than the really pointy ones. And it's just a fluffy dog. Yeah, the scary spiders are the ones you can meet. No, aren't they the ones you can't meet? Because these are just fluffy. And they're this big. Can you believe it? They're so tiny. Okay, let's see about making scary spider and cute spider. Let me go ahead and do you here. Let me make you smaller again. There we go. And jumping spiders are also look at you in a curious way. They're so sweet. So let's see. Go ahead and save this guy here. And did I miss anything? A fluffy doggo, jumping spiders, the water droplet hats. Oh, that's cute. And I remember I had it flood my chest in the middle of the night and saw a spider had fallen. Oh, and you do not have a picture of them while they're water droplet? If you send one to me, Esko, we can take a look at it. At least a snake that has a spider-looking thingy on its tail. Oh, I remember seeing that the other day. It was crazy. It's like a lure. I remember seeing that. Yeah, there is. It's crazy. Okay, so for a spider, let's do brown. Let's see. Like a dark brown, maybe this red here. It's really pink. But you can imagine, can't you? Maybe a dark brown like that. There you go. Like, well, that's too warm. Like a cooler here. And I'm excited to see. Let's see. Oh, that is cute. I agree. If I wasn't sold before, you have me sold now. How cute is that? We also have, let's see. Oh, it's got little lashes. That's adorable. I agree, 100%. They're just little guys. Let's go ahead and scroll out here and let's see. So let's start off by making maybe like a tarantula. Let me go ahead and close this guy here, go back to here, and then let me go ahead and subtract here, and let's take a look. Oh, that was the other guy. Okay, it's so cute, aren't they? Okay, so for spiders, there's a few ways you can do spiders, right? Do you do it top down, or do you do it sideways? And they put their hands in the droplets to clean their eyes, and they wet their hands in their mouth to drink. Oh, that's so cute. And tarantulas look like they have bangs. When you put it like that, I can see it. For example, right, you could do something like this where the spider is offset. So this is, oh, no more glasses. Oh, did I turn off the glasses? Okay, well, run the timer again. I don't know if you got your glasses for it, so I'll make sure to not toggle them off this time. So for example, I think there's this big back here, and then there's a front. So let me go ahead and add some colors here. We kind of have this guy here, and we kind of have this guy. And today I chose the best moment to appear. I had a whole warning saying, you know, heed thy warning. If you don't enjoy bugs, you're probably turn back now. It is certainly not for the faintest of heart, I do agree. That we're gonna keep to the goal, right, of being in the 16 by 16, since that's what the other guys were. So we have the back here, and I'm thinking maybe we have a front here. But then the eyes. I'm wondering about the eyes here. maybe we could do a body like this here. And then for the legs, you have a back leg maybe like here. We're gonna need some, well, this is gonna be tricky. And it's okay, a bug within a foot of you. No! Don't say things like that, that's awful! And I have no complaints. I have a few. As long as the bugs stay cute, I think we're good. But, I think instead, let's erase the sky. And then from there, let's try having... Oh, hold on. Wrong guy to color. We'll try to draw this guy first. And see about legs. So we kind of have that back there. And then you have a little bit of a front there. So something like that. And then this guy's a little bit more bigger in the back. Like that. And then you have the legs. And we'll make the legs darker, just to make things easier on us. That's okay. Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, man. So we have a little leg kind of coming out here. And then a little leg coming out here. So we'll do that there. And then we have a bigger leg, it seems like, maybe coming out here. Maybe not too big. Like that there, and that there. And then you kind of come out there. Like that. And then maybe we kind of do, let's see. I'll do that there. And then we can kind of maybe copy you. So copy you, paste you, flip you, move you here, and move you about here. Yeah, that kind of works. And then it goes down a little bit, and then it goes up. So maybe we can add a little guy here, and then we can add a little guy here. So maybe we can make a little lighter. Something like that there. A little more light. Trying to keep the theme shades to something to this extent where it's going down. So really, it would look more like that. There you go. And then you would go down into here. There you go. And then for you, you would get shrunk a little bit. You would come a little forward, a smidge, maybe. And then here, you would kind of have your leg go out a little bit. Like that there. And then you would maybe go like that. And the brown striped spiders are one of my favorites. They're cute. They're super cute. I do agree. We have 2, 4, 6. We're almost done. We need these guys to come in the back a little bit. So something like this. Maybe there. And you there. And then we have you kind of coming down. So something there. Maybe like that. And then we have you, and then you. And then we have the back guys. So we have, mostly it's just these light colors here. And like there. And then we have you kind of going back in space. So maybe you there. Or actually, it's a little hard to tell. The spaces aren't spacing quite well. You might just do... I don't know if I can do that angle. Maybe we could just add a small guy underneath here and call it a day. Like that. And then another guy about here. There. You even notice the difference. Like that there. I can see it working, right? Maybe instead the color's flipped. So you're looking at this here, that there. This guy then becomes the dark one. So you grab that guy, move you here. That way, because you're in the back, you're not very visible. And then we move you up to this guy here, which is your front. Then you make sure that you're there and there. Maybe make sure you're there and there. About there. Like that, do you think? You meet such a cutie? We gotta add the eyes. You can never really do the eyes, can you? And especially the other parts, too. This isn't the, what do you call it? The mandibles, I think? Let's see. You would need, and I don't feel like the legs are thick enough back here. So maybe we can do something like that there. Maybe even up here. Like that. And then maybe we can do that there. Nah, it feels too spindly. Maybe they're thin enough. And if all spiders were like irises, maybe I'd tolerate them. They can be cute. And the pidgey fangs. I don't know if I can do them is the issue. They're like this. Like that. Because these aren't fangs. These are supposed to be legs. I mean, maybe, right? Let's just give it a go. If we were to do these as the teeth, grab that there, and then make you more or less like this, and then you would need to be a little bit wider. You would look like this here. There you go. And then you kind of have a little hairdo. You really don't see the eyes. So, what do you think? A fancy mustache? You couldn't really do this for the spider. It looks like a beard now. Never mind. And then give him a little toupee. Look, he's just a cool guy. His name is, what was his name, Bear? It's a little hard to say. Hold on. There you go. Now a little bit more of the hair. Red. Let's see. Imagine a beard and all the spiders with the shades. He can be cool if he wants to be. I think not keeping it or doing like this instead works out a little bit better. Agreed, Spider. I think this works out a little bit better. Something like that instead. Because these are supposed to be the arms. But I don't know how you would do the front arms. Maybe then you could do, this is the arms, like this. You think that feels like arms instead? And then that's the little legs? Possibly, mayhaps. Let me get some tea. Eyedropper? What do you mean? Let's see. Let me save this. Slide it over. Okay. So, this feels like it'd be cute, right? A cute spider? What about you, spider? Keeping with the idea that it just has to be small, let's see what we can do. If we make that the back, right? Make this the front. This is the little head here. It doesn't even get little mandibles. And hydrate.
Check_14 just redeemed hydrate.
Before we hydrate. Tasty. And hydration nation for the win. Hydration is certainly important. Let's make you a little bit back here, like this. So, smaller, skinnier. And then, now we do it. Now we add... Ah! Yeah, I think I figured out the recipe. You just add very thin legs. Uh-huh. I'm convinced now. Ah! I don't like the energy we've made in this room today. Oh, man. You got a little leg here. You got a little leg here. And it's reminding me from the bugs that the Hollow Knight, I tried Hollow Knight, but I could never get behind it. But that's interesting you say that. Let's see. You would go up here. Like, nope, like that. Like that. Maybe like that. Yeah. And then this little, there you go. Just go to take territory. Looks like it's ready to chart. I thought about adding some spider gifs where the spider was jumping at the camera, but you know, I decided to be I was gonna do that to ya. And let's see, I think just teeth scare me. Let's see, this is another, I mean, look how cool this guy is. I think there's a peacock tarantula, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think this is it, but I think there is a species like that where it is. It's colorful. These guys are just so fluffy. Saying that though, let's give a try to, let's see. If we were to do a really small spider, which was my little guy here, that's why I had the little guys. And let's see, or ones that just take over corpses. That sounds scary. That sounds horrifying. So I think what I did is, for our speeder, yes, oh no, oh boy. Little spider, like that. That I think would count as a spider. Maybe you could even do that. That's a little spider, and then you could do a Space Invader style, I think. Where you would just do this guy here, and then you would just maybe do you here. You could shift it over to you there, oh, hold on, you there, like that. So we go you, and then you go over here. So we go you, and then we have you. Oh, hold on. Copy you, move you here, copy, and then paste you. And I think we just flip you, if I'm not mistaken, like that. Let's see. And it's the jump scare ones that I dig. Oh man, that's creepy. And it looks like it's spinning. Hold on. I'm just, I'm just curious. If we just, where are we at? Speed up, slow down, modify frame rates. I'm just gonna set this to the classic 30 and just, He's in hyperspeed! Look at him go! Oh boy. And why are you making this spider supersonic? Me when I smell food. And hi, Master Blue Fire. Welcome to stream. And small one from Muffet Fight. Well, let's see. Oh, there you are. Look at that. You're right. It does have that feel, doesn't it? And is this what bug experiments led to? No. Let me also turn off the glasses talk. Not at all. This is not for science. This is for amusement. What I did back then, that was for science. This right here, no animals are harmed in the making of spin. I assure you. So let's see, right? I want the legs to go. I want it to look like it's moving. So they go here and move there, and then I'm guessing you would just go back out again. So something like that. There you go. And bug fixing? Nah, that's buggy peas. I assure you. I take good care of the bugs. So we have, I think this is the smallest spider you could do. If we go back to my spider, I did a little dangly spider. It's not 8 legs, it's 4 legs because it kind of swooshes back and forth. If I quickly, and I think I do have this as just reference, let's see. Gabby, where are you at? Gabby, redesign? No, I'm not looking for you. I click on this guy here. I want to see what animation I've done for spiders before. If I go to, let's see, no games, and then I go to beta. I go to kitchen, no, cafe. And then I go to entities, and I go to players. Yep, and I should see assets, you. So I have a few assets I do for her. For example, when she's idling, the spider wiggles. And let's see, I think, depending on it. So my hope is that by doing these animations or doing these studies, we can figure them out. And just as long as they're outside my living place. Yeah. I'm okay with that. As long as we're good to go there, I am a-okay. And no insects were harmed during the duration of this broadcast, I hope. And be kind to spiders now. They'll remember during the spider rising of 2035. As long as they're not in there with me, I'm okay. I am a-okay. It's got a little wiggle. So this here, I'm seeing it and I'm thinking, yeah, I feel like if you saw this little guy here crawling, and then the little dangle, it would be, let's see, you'd have the little body and then maybe just little spider legs here, and then maybe you'd have little spider legs like this. And then you would have the little dangling. So let's see. Maybe you would have you, and then you would have little legs kind of go up here, dangle a little bit like that, and oh, hold on, you go down there. So let's see, you would maybe be, let's see, you go here, and you actually go forward like that, and then you would go back. So, let's see, you might go like this. It looks like you're dancing now. It looks like it's a little guy with a little head. There you go. He's dancing. He's just here for the party. And I'll give him 1 pixel crown. Hold on. Let's see. Let me erase this. Then let's go to... If we go back to our beginnings. Let's see. And the bounce on the hat animation looks so good during the walk. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I had a lot of fun doing it. I wanted the little jiggle. The jiggle is super important to have so that it looks like they're, when she's moving, it's moving. Jiggle. Let's see. Let's go back to you here. And I'm not sure about the 1 pixel sprite. I feel like in order to encapsulate the royalty, you need a bigger sprite than that, or you need a little bigger crown, something like that. It is important the royalty is shown. I realized I've never had a crown, have I? Like that. There you go. He's just a little guy. Saying that, let's look at some pixel art spiders, shall we? So we're looking at these guys, right? Zoom out a little bit. We have Moths, who's a humanoid spider, and she has the little limbs, which I think is so cute. And then we have the little guys here. Now, I don't think I have the, let's see. Nope, I don't have the animation for these guys, but if we go back down, from there we have these guys, which I believe were from Ragnarok Online. If I just click, yep, Ragnarok Online. And these guys are more realistic. And then you have more realistic spiders. And this one here, also Ragnarok. And this one here, Suikoden, I believe. This one I think is from Stardew. Yep, no. Mancosno. I can't even read that. Oh no. It is, nope, it won't let me see it. But Mancosno. Interesting one. I like how they do, the top-down look. I think that would work. So let's try to go back for top-down look, and then we have some Pokemon spiders. So let's try to do that with these little guys. Let's try a top-down, more symmetrical look to our spider, and let's see how well we do. Though I'm telling you, if we could manage to do something like this, do you think we could do it? Hold on. I'm just curious, you know. Maybe we can do a little wave. Let me slide you over here. And never noticed that the Pokemon only have 6 legs, do they? hold on. 2, 4. This one, are these legs? I always thought they were antennas. This one's 6 though. Yeah, certainly 6. But this one, I feel like it's 4, if anything. And I did that. Good, good. And let's go back to here. Okay. So, to encapsulate this little guy, more realistic spiders, more fear and death-inducing spiders. Death comes for all. Let's see. You kind of have the little back here that pokes up. And let's fill you in here. And then you have the main head. Now, it's going to be a little tricky because this little body here, he doesn't... he just waves it. Let's see. Okay, so your mandibles will make you the back here. You know, let's add a color. Let's add like a blue. They're very pretty with the blue. And I like how Binding of Isaac rebirthed spiders. Oh, I'll have to check that. Thank you, thank you. Binding of Isaac. Thank you, thank you. And that's so weird that they made a designated spider Pokemon in Gen 2 and did not give them the main features. Even Undertale did 8 legs. 2, 4, 6, 8. Sometimes it's all about artistic choices. And that's what it comes down to. Let's see. We'll add that back there, right? And then we have, let's see, the head. So we'll do the little head here, like this here. A little cute head. Round head like this. And then we're gonna need to add the eyes, which is gonna be tricky. So I'm thinking, right? This is 2 big eyes, and then maybe a little eye like that? Or how do you think we could do the eyes? Something like this. So then we have to add the head. Something like that there. And the head is flat, though. So we're going to need to maybe lower this down a little bit. We're also going to need to add a little eye shine, and my future spiders will have 1.5 legs. And boy, spiders are really fun. They are. And it looks like a woman afro. Oh, that's adorable. I can see. Yeah, I can see it. I can certainly see it. Lots of voluptuous hair. That's adorable. Let's see. We're doing the abdomen here, like that. And then let's see. You go around a little bit. And then let's move you down a little bit. Might have to make this a little smaller when the way I'm looking at it, like that there. And then from there, you have the head, and the head is rounded. So I'm thinking maybe something like that. And now we're gonna need a little bit of eye shine, right? Can't go wrong with the eye shine. You know, just a little eye. Okay, let's try. Shine here. Shine. Ooh, that's tricky. The shine looks like it's coming from the left, right? You would think something like that. Maybe. And then we have the pincers. We've done the pincers before. And here's a random question. What changes between streaming on Twitch versus streaming on YouTube? Have you noticed a difference? I initially started streaming on both, so I can't really tell you. Since I from the beginning, from the conception of doing all of these things, I have decided, well, I wanted to multi-stream. But if I were to say it, I think the hardest part, or maybe the trickiest part to get used to, was the whole chat idea. Initially, I tried my best to incorporate chat in with both chats on screen. However, I didn't get it working, so I ended up just doing one versus the other. And can we get a horse? Oh no! That's terrifying! How could you wish something like that? Let's see, this here and there. And then if you want nightmares, I don't want nightmares, thank you very much. We'll add the little mouth here. So something like you here. Something like that there, I think, right? And now we just need the little arms and legs. So we'll go back there. We'll drag you back down. Now I think this blue is too blue. I'm gonna do a little bit of a light. Like I feel like this blue is punching you too much. And here's what's pronounced house centipede now. It's not my fault. I just say things incorrectly. Oh boy. Let's see. You kind of come around like that. Let's see that there. And now we need little legs. So let's go ahead and add our little leg here where you're the head. You're fine. You got your little leg here. You kind of go up. And then you go, let's see. You go up a little bit more. So something like this here. There you go. Oh, that's a little bit too thick. Legs are too thick. Something like that then. And it says it's symmetrical, but apparently I'm one wide, which is fine. And unfortunately, I do have to put onto a robot. No, oh, no, don't! Cease! You don't want to be a part of the horrible abominations. That's not a good look, I tell you. You don't want to join their side. Let's add legs back here. Something like, well, now let's, hold on. Their body is all back. There we are. So really, it's going to be something more along the lines of coming out from here. Like that. There we go. Move you in a little bit. Move you there, like that. And then out there. At least it's not banana horse. I was born in the darkness. What is it? Molded. Like that there, let's see. Maybe we can add you out. Like that. There we go. No, I think over feels a little bit better. Something like that there. Nah, like that. I think that's good. We only need 2 legs, right? And then the pièce de results. They can now do little limbs here. So we'll go ahead and maybe do you as the back ones here. And then we'll have you. Hold on. Let's copy you, paste you, and then paste you. And now we can do waving the hands in the air like we just don't care. So have first do it here, and then let's move it to here. Make sure we have our onion skin layers on. Let's do here, and then let's also do here. It's gotta have more of a shake, I think. And what is this, cricket? It's no cricket. How do you even see cricket? Let's see. I'm not seeing the wave quite too much. What's the issue? He's shaking him around. Okay, I see the issue. I see our issue. You need to go to the left. And then, hold on, undo. Okay. I think I understand the issue here. New. Okay, and then you need to go to the left. And you need to go to the left. Like that. There you go. Now, you gotta go to the right. And you gotta go to the right. And now, you gotta go straight up in the air. Like that. Not quite. And the back cricket legs. Is that what you're saying? And give the spider light sticks? Lights? I see what you're saying. Hold on. Let's get this working first. Something's not right about these. And hi, Willowbeans. Welcome to stream. Welcome to Act. Ping pong loops. You know, that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So this guy, the way he decides to... they're erratic. He can't tell where he's going. He's mesmerizing you with his moves. So to say that, right, he's kind of goes to the left a little bit, kind of goes to the right. So let's see. We'll go to the left a little bit here, and then maybe we can do a little right, and then maybe we can even do some smear frames. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, and then for you, we're gonna do, let's see, you. Oh, hold on. You here, and then you here, and then you're gonna be a smear guy, like that. Yeah. Okay. Like that, and then now we can go to the left, like that. Maybe it needs to be faster, and not the speed with just smooth. Oh boy, and I'm curious, maybe the issue is, well, yeah, glow sticks. Glow sticks are needed. Hold on. Glow sticks, let's see. Grab some. Now, what color glow sticks? I mean, glow sticks are usually classically the green, right? Green's pretty important, so let's see. Add a new layer here. And you have, let's see, and then, let's see, got the glow stick up. And then we have a like that. And then we got the glow stick up, like that. Well done. And then, it looks like he's passing them back and forth, doesn't he? Gotta add the bandana to finish. Hold on, let's see. Let's do you, and let's speed you up. I don't think this guy's working quite well. You might need to do a little bit longer here. Like that. And then maybe you need to go a little bit longer here. Like that. Possibly. And let's see. It looks like he's waving flags, doesn't he? Something's not quite right. Maybe it's the smears. It could be. Hold on. If I were to get rid of the smears. You know, smears are always fun. But sometimes they're not needed for greatness. Let's see. Okay. I'll leave you here. Then we'll grab the arm. Like that. And then let's see. So you first need to go out. Yup. And then... yeah. You could go in the center here. Like that. Yeah. That's erratic. And as you're going out, maybe you start in the center. And then you go in. And then maybe you go out. Looks like it has a little hand wave. Like that. Better. And I see you're using Resurrect 64 as a good color palette. I enjoy using it. I tend to make my own colors, but I do like having a thing of, I want to use blue. So instead of going here and trying to figure out a blue, I can use this as a base, is what I usually do. Yeah, I like Resurrect 64, but I go a little off script, but I use it as a starting point, since I do like the colors a lot. Now, let's add the glow sticks back. New layer there. And let's go ahead and do you here. Glow stick. Glow stick. There we go. And I'll go ahead and copy you. We can go ahead and erase you. So grab you. Oh, hold on. Which layer is this? Is it you? No, is it you? There we are. These are arms. Got ya. Okay. We go back here. And now you're going to get slid over. You're going to move about here. And then, let's see. You get moved here. So you go about here. And then you go about here. There you go. And let's see. Oh, some thanks. Of course. I can't say if I do. Oh no. Hold on. Hold your horses. Let me scroll back up here. And I type in color. There you go. Okay. If you're looking for color palettes, I do list a few that I like on there. And is there a Groove Mancer in your game yet? There is not. And hi, the Triangle. Welcome to stream. Groove Mancer. That would be great. Oh, you remind me too. I'll say it towards the end, but thank you for reminding me. And that's studying the Pierce form. If you can't have fun with learning, what's the point? And I want to submit a new type. I'm gonna make it groove. You should. That sounds like a lot of fun. And what was I gonna say? I forgot. I'll do it at the end, but yeah. Groove Mancer sounds like it could be fun. Maybe it's like disco. That'd be neat. I would certainly think that would be a great idea. Now the bandana. Let's see. Let's do like a dark blue, you think? Let's see. Bandana here. Let's do a new layer for you. And actually, I think it needs to be a different color. Hold on. You need maybe a darker bandana. No, it's not too dark. Okay, let's just see about you. Hold on. Usually bandanas are spotty. Don't know if we can do bandanas. Never drawn a bandana before. I think it's like that, and then you would add some spots. So I think you would do like here. Yeah, I think this like semi a bandana. And it's just the disco zombies. Oh god, can you imagine? We'll keep them without the bandana though. I quite like my little spider. He's got the grooves going. Saying that though, let's do bees now. I think we've talked about spiders a little bit. Didn't do too much spiders, but that's okay. It's all about doing the motions. Some Plants vs. Zombies, yeah. So let's see. Get some tea. Tasty, I tell ya. So saying that, actually, you know what? Let's do an ad break first. Otherwise, when we get towards the end, it's going to be an interruption. So since we're about to start, let me do that, and then let me also bring you back to this page here so we can see bees. So let me go into Era. And then from there, let me go ahead and drag ya. Make it big, like so. Lovely. Okay, I did come prepared should we have needed to do ants. That was an option on here. We also, next time we'll have to try to see if we can draw some webs. And also no nails and slugs. I don't have any references, but I do have some pixel art of it. If we go back here for a quick second and I just take this off of my face. I do. They're down here. And this is the thing I was talking about in terms of centipede. I don't know why, but this thing just gives me the heebie-jeebies. I just see this and I get things crawling up the back of my spine. But there are slugs here. I did have them if needed. But flies aren't on here. So next time we'll certainly have to do like ants, maybe slugs could be fun. Maybe flies, certainly dragonflies could be fun, right? We also have beetles too. I have some flying beetles and I think this is a fly. A fly somehow snuck its way into here. There's this guy that I think looks like the too much legs. Yeah. Too many legs. It's not only that, it looks like there's hair on top of it. It's just too much for my mind to try to handle. You mean the cute crawlers? Nope. And I'm not at all. And I'm warmed up a bit to centipedes after my friendly encounter with the house centipede. Ooh, I cannot imagine. You know, if a centipede were to enter my home, I would have to get a new home. That's just what it would have to be. You know, at that point, it's just the centipede's home. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. I'd be willing to give it up. That's not happening, I tell you. We've got ladybugs here. Ladybugs could be a fun one to do as well. We have beetles. We have the scyther. There's the scyther, right? I think this one is called the scyther, if I remember. We have some rhino beetles, and then I think this is supposed to be a centipede too. And we have some beetles. They're also cute, and they're good housekeepers. As long as I don't see them. As long as they are the house ninjas, as Eska put it. I'm okay with them. You know, they can exist as long as they don't know. And scissors? Am I missing one then? Am I missing an evolution? Is Scyther's the green one? Oh, hold on. S-C-Y-T-H-O-R. Scyther. E-R. Oh, yeah. Scyther. This one. That's the one I was thinking of. Green. Interesting. Huh. Got ya. We can also close this girl out. And I will use a flamethrower at my home with spray and lighter. Until I get, you know, it's not my home at that point. And you won't, most of the time, they like darkness to avoid humans mostly. Yeah, that's good then. I can deal with that. As long as you keep to your place and I keep to mine. And once your parent do something, she's a lot of things, right? She's cute. She's adorable. But a creature killer is not. If my cockatiel were to encounter a bug, she would run. She would run for the hills. Either that or she would flick it at me. And say, hey, you deal with this problem. Get it out of my sight. I, for 1 minute, don't think she would eat it. And she's not a fighter. Oh no, she's a commander. So let's go to the bees here, and I think it's interesting. These wings for this creature, and this creature is from, let's see, Ragnarok. It looks like a bee, if I had to guess. It even has like a little light bulb. Look at the detail on the wings, how they made them hexagons, I think that's what they're called. For the, what would you call it, like the hive nest pattern? I think that's a neat feature. Oh, I did do that. Good. And, well, what about the cute barkers? I tried to get mine to eat a fly once. He ignored it. He walked right past it. He invited it in the house, may as well have. And hexagons are the bestagons? Yeah, they're neat. Let's see. Alrighty. So, let's first try drawing our own, and let's see where we go from there. So I'll slide. Let's see, what space can we use? We can use the space down here. And then we go down here. Alrighty. So for bees, what is the smallest possible bee you think you could do? I think bees, and this reminds me of the, how people were upset about Minecraft and by a lizard. I've heard that you're not supposed to feed them house pets or house flies. You're supposed to feed them 2 pixels. Yeah, I'm thinking the simplest way to do a bee is 2 colors. You got your black and your yellow. Just this is your bee. Hold on. There you go. I remember there were a lot of people not enjoying the fact that Minecraft was suggesting that this is how fireflies should look. Because you could see this being a firefly, right? So maybe, right? Instead of 2 pixels, what if we add a 3rd pixel? Minecraft firefly, yep. There. Now it looks less like a firefly. And the best thing about to do about bugs is scream really loud. We'll see that, and then that makes them reposition. We don't want them repositioning. I feel like these 3 pixels could encapsulate a bee. And that's the thing I enjoy so much about pixel art is that, and they can hear? Oh, they can hear, all right. They can feel the vibrations. And yellow, black. How dare you? It should be there. Are you happy? Let's see. And how would you outline the bee, though? Maybe, right? It would be this here. I always feel like the yellow is usually the head of the bee, and then this is the back. And then maybe it would do this here, maybe even a little bit of a head here. But you're gonna need the outline for the bee. And, let's see, outline. Let's just make you dark. Maybe orangey-ish, darker. And I can't believe you missed the Bee Movie reference. Oh, I thought you were talking about the song, Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow. At which point I thought you were joking because I did Yellow Black. I haven't seen the bee movie in quite some time, but I do remember it to an extent. Let's see. Something like this, I feel like, would be more bee-like. Maybe you could even do something like this for a bee. Or actually, no, let's not do that. Let's keep it like this. I feel like that is a bee. Let's see. Let me copy you, paste you here, and thinking this, right? I'm thinking this might be more akin to Fields of Mystria. We've taken a look at their art before. A lot of their art are really strong black outlines. So for example, when we're looking at the bugs, which one do you think is Fields of Mystria? Is it these butterflies, this one here, or these guys down here? It's neat how a game can have a certain style, and then you can immediately recognize it as, oh, that's probably Pokemon, or oh, that's probably Fields of Mystria. I do like the cartoony feel that a black outline brings, and I think there's just something charming about that game where they managed to pull it off. So let's see. I'm curious to see how they do. Oh, look at that. They do black outline, right? And it's kind of similar to my bee, except they don't do black, they do brown. Ah, and they also add a little stinger too. That's really cute. So if we go back into our little bee here, let's try updating a little bit. Instead of a harsh black, maybe what instead we use is a cute light brown. So we go to yellow here, we bring it down, slide you over to there. I can see why. It does give off the feeling of maybe black. You can maybe even do like this here, so now it's a long bee, like that. Maybe we could do the double bee wings like that, and then have that gray there. So let's see. And then something like that was what they had. But I don't know. I definitely do feel like it is more bee. And a bee the long way. It's a bee bot. Beep boop, beep 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 beep. Let's see. They also had a little stinker here, which I thought was cute. And I can see it, but I feel like this would be too big, right? It would be too big. So let's see. Paste it, slide you over. So maybe we could chop off the top of it a little bit, like that. And then maybe we could also subtract some of the lines. I feel like, possibly, we could get away with something like that. There you go. Does it still look like a video? Does it look beyond recognition? And let's see. That's what I was thinking the whole time. Bee boot. Let's see. And I did read that. Good. And if we were to make our bee a little smaller, maybe what we can do is do you like that. Does it still feel like a bee? And she's back to chopping bugs? No! There's no cells involved. That one better, I assure you. We're not looking. I mean, I guess Pixelart is kind of like the cells, but it stands. They're not classified as, so it's okay. Saying that, they're looking at these guys here. These are hornets. Can you tell because of the wings? I feel like it definitely has a different feel to it. I also like, if you notice, right, the bee has shading on the bottom. I think that adds a lot of charm to it. So for example, we would bring this guy down here. We would bring, let's see, you down here. And if I go ahead and copy you, paste you, slide you down, we would grab this guy here, that guy there, and then we're going to hue shift again. So we're going to go down and go back here. I like making my hues warmer. You can make them cooler, but sometimes I just like to go to this way because I think it adds a little oomph to it. And that looks like a fighter jet. This wasp, I can see it. It definitely is a fighter, that's for certain. And don't look very closely at their insides. I'm not looking closely at their insides, I assure you. Let me slide this guy up here. Now, if we were to make a bigger bee, what bees do you think? Let me slide this guy back down here so we can keep our iteration. Oh, is it Askerton? Maybe Askerton? Welcome to stream. You can tell me how close I got. I can try again. But hello, and amazing stuff. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down. Let me slide this guy back down here. So let's see. What are some other ways do you think? And hold on, let me slide this guy. Make sure I haven't missed anything. I think we're good. Good. Okay, saying that. Oh, my nose. Hold on. Let me, where are we at? You. We're good. And, me. How do you say my name? Ansia, right? I remembered, I assure you. It just takes me a second. And one more serious note, I'm saying hello since I'm on break. Hi, and welcome back. Aye. So let's see. Slide that down a little bit. And hey, hi, or heya, hi, hello, welcome. I hope you've been well. Let's see. I can go ahead and bring up our references again and make Tim fat. There's no Tim here. What? Oh, make them fat. I see. Yeah, alrighty. I don't think I showed you the B references to begin with. Let me bring you to that screen. So let's go into our PRF screen. Now, have any of you ever seen the video? And I like bees. I do. I just don't like that they can sting you. I mean, they're not really aggressive, but it's the thought. However, they're such smart creatures. These bees are opening up a bottle of sugary soda. Now I prefer ears to you. Aye. Isn't that interesting? And they're so smart. They know they can twist the bottle cap. And then you have different types of bees. My favorite type of bees.
Mazol subscribed on YouTube.
Is it Mazol, maybe? You can tell me how close I got, but welcome in. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And our Fanta. They will drown in their own greed. There's all sorts of different bees, but when I think bee, I tend to think of bumblebee. Those are the really fluffy ones. I think most people see honeybees, and we've got different bees here. This is a hornet, that makes sense? But bumblebees. These, I think, are honeybees. And I think that's a queen bee. They tend to be longer. But I've got references for bumblebees, as they are the fluffy guys. And I think that was the Pixelart of the day. We go back to here. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this could be a bumblebee. And bumblebees are cute, aren't they? They're so cute. They are adorable. So let's try to make a bumblebee. A little bit rounder, a little bit squishier. And bees are by nature comrades. Bees are great. They are. They are adorable. If they weren't, I mean, they're not scary. They're just, it's the threat. They're threatening. And let's Clefairy. Are you okay with seeing spiders? And so yeah, we already went over spiders. We got this guy up here. That's probably pretty spooky. We got some of these guys down here. And I think it is the case of if it is thin and sharp, scary. However, may I introduce you to the peacock spider. The jumping spider, right? Yeah, peacock jumping spider. Look at him. He's adorable. So let's see. Back down here, I want to try some bumblebees. Also, look at the detail on the wings. That's a really good picture. So let's see. Saying that, right? Let's make our bee fluffy. So let's zoom out here. And are there any fluffy bees? Well, let's try first, right? So if I'm making my bee rounder, I love jumping spiders. They're so cute. Let me go ahead and let's see, drag it down here. And using the colors that we have, keeping in the 16 by 16, right? Let's maybe do a little body like this. I'm trying to keep it round. Let me scroll out a little bit here. And love how spiders look, but they are terrifying. Oh yeah, it's that thing. As long as it's behind glass or I'm nowhere near it, I can certainly handle it. A-okay. And oh, I can't see my references. Hold your horses. And that guy there, always on top. Yep, okay. Where's a better image? Yeah, like that. Look how fuzzy it is. And I must away again? No worries. Thanks for the cuteness and the fun. Of course. Thank you. And I hope you have a fun time. And reference on the left had its face in the posterior. Huh? Let's see. Do you mean patterns? This one here? It does look like a little face. I'm guessing it is a face. It's supposed to mimic some sort of face too, because that's what bugs tend to do. And exactly, yeah. So let's see. Right? I'm going for a fluffy creature. So let's see if we can add a little bit of fluff here. Some fluff like this, right? I'm trying to do the technique that we saw in Pixelart of the day. And you're all adorable too. Or cool. Or whatever you want to be. Not like a kid or anything. On that note, bye. Thank you for stopping by, Jens, yeah? And how centipedes are terrifying. Oh yeah. No, thank you. What we saw, right, was that they did these little spiky bits. So that's what I'm trying to emulate. And I think that technique's really useful. So let's try to see if we can get it to work for us in terms of all that floof. So we have a little bit of floof here. We don't want to be too floofy because some floof's not needed. Maybe a floof like this here. Maybe a floof here. Maybe a floof here. And maybe I'm thinking we're gonna need. Well, let's see. You kind of have a little bit of floof here, and then you have that there, and then you have that there. So maybe something like that. And then you have floof, and then you have a little bit of floof here, a little bit of floof there, something there, and then you can have a little bit of maybe floof here. I can kind of see it. It's a shame they didn't name them bumblebees. Oh, that's adorable, and all floof is goof. All floof is adorable is what it is. I'm thinking maybe instead what we could try, a tactic, is doing like this, then like this, and then like this. Oh, hold on. A little bit too much. Like that. Oh, there. And now we have layers. As I think usually the bumblebee's head is black, right? And then now we can add those little two lines. So something like that, something like that. We can add a little bit line here, line there, line up there, line up, and it's looking a little scraggly if I'm honest. That's an interesting one. Maybe if we just leave the floof to here, so something like you here. What do you think? It looks like a little bee guy there. Maybe something like you here, you there, and add you there, maybe there, like that. And also the references uses less spikes on the main sheet, and more slightly darker pixels imply uneven. Hold on, let's see. You make a fair point, let's see. Oh yeah, there's kind of like highlights, it seems to be the case, and then there's the outline. So if we go back to this guy, and I go ahead and do eye drop, I should be able to do Shift O, and that'll give us this outline for our bug. And now, we can kind of have that little outline, guys, or at least for some of them. And let's see. We grab... I do like how this was round. Something like maybe you here, and then we have a little face here. Yep. Now, the hope is that we should have enough pixels for the face. Yes, we do. They look like little sunflowers, don't they? They're adorable. Okay, we have the face. We're good from here. Let me scroll out just a smidge, and I'll scroll back in. Let's look at our references a little bit more. Yeah, black face. Lovely. Okay, so let's add a little bit more floof here. And I do think the idea of little hold on, let's see. Maybe we can add a little bit more fluffiness, but no, that's too much floof. And watching your process is really interesting. It's very different from what I thought doing Pixelart would be. I am also, I'm really just having fun with the Pixelart as well. It's not, right now at the moment at least, I'm trying to focus on really fine-tuning things or counting a lot of pixels. I'm glad you're enjoying the process though. For me, it's that thing of, I gotta enjoy the feel. It looks like a cork with a wheat collar. Behold! Little guy. Let's see, he's just got a little, and then let's see, he's got little legs too, doesn't he? I should have made a face like that on my guy. The faces are very important. If you don't have the faces, what is there? It's like some sort of zombie. I like to misinterpret and mini-interpret images, apparently. I like to think about the images. This is not quite what I was going for. But sometimes it's not about what it's supposed to be. And if there's no face, then it's a Slenderman. Oh no. That does sound a little scary. I'm not sure I'm ready for Slenderman. Let's see. Maybe move this guy up a little bit, just like that. Nah, like that. And then maybe we can bring you a little... We gotta add the antennas, right? And then the wings. How can we do the wings? And let's see. As far as you're concerned, yeah, I don't think I like that other guy. I think this was fine. He looks a little bald, I'll be honest. You know, I had the idea, and something feels off about him. I like this part here. And where's the floof on the back? Yeah, something's off. For certain, right? We know this is the face. We know that as the fact. This is the little bee face. Question is, where do we go from here? And I always thought it would be Outline's first approach with doing line art, but it makes sense that you're, yeah, 100%. For pixel art, at least, you want to think in terms of shapes, and then do line art. Line art, yeah. I like to try my best to, for example, if I'm drawing a shoe, I'll do like this, and then I'll start thinking in terms of, okay, so this is the inside of the boot, and then something like that, and then you go and clean it up. That's usually the case, as painting seems to be a good way to approach pixel art. And I did do that. Good. Yeah. So let's see. And then we add you here. Well, no, actually. Let's do you there. And you're just a little eye. Okay, so this is the face. We know for certain, right? We just need to make him beautiful. And looks like the yippee guy, but is a bumblebee. He's an adorable guy. I do remember that. So what I'll do is I'll add a new layer, right? And that way, we can add a little bit of fluff underneath. So how about that? Does it feel a little bit better? I feel like I'm going a little bit too cartoony with my bee. That's okay. We do have some people we can reference for when it comes to bees. So afterwards, we'll take a look at them. And looks poorly... Not my dog! He's just a little guy! Let him be who he wants to be! Let's see. We go back to here and grab these guys as the colors and the dark guys, and then move you over here like that there, and then you there. And then we have outline for, well, you're supposed to be actually this outline. Check. I had to do it as soon as you decided you were going to, you know, you gotta fight fire with fire, and you chose fire, so I chose fire. Let's put a little body down here, I'm thinking. Like that, there. And maybe it's a little darker, so something like that, maybe. Oh, hold on. Like that, there. And then we have maybe dark yellow can go around the body. Something like you, and then actually, let's do you there, you there, you there. And then you have a little leg here. Got little legs, just tiny little guy. Just a tiny little guy. Hold on. And then, hold on. Antenna. Oh, we need the little wings, don't we? Hold on. There you go. Oh, well, the wings are usually round, so we'll do little round wings like that. Maybe make it darker. I think this is not an accurate bee, but it's accurate in my heart. And hi, just Shady Onyx. Welcome to the stream. Have you heard of trying to anti-aliasing? It might help you add more floof. I have tried it before. I can't say if I can quickly show you. Words. You. That's the guy I'm looking for. We go back to here. If I go here, I've done anti-aliasing before, especially for like floofy things. If I go into, I think it's 2024. No, 2025. Certainly. Yeah. Okay. Where are ya? Nope. It's 2024. Wrong one. Let's see. You here? He should be here. Huh. Okay. Maybe I just missed him. We're looking for a fluffy dog. There he is. I used a little bit of anti-aliasing here, not much. For example, that's dithering, I think. I'm not much of an anti-aliaser when it comes to certain edges, but I do know what to think. Certainly. But most of my art is not anti-aliasing. I have given it a try a few times, though. Like here, you can see a little bit of, yeah, around these edges at least. A bit here and there. Let me go ahead and close you. And we can give it a try, certainly. Let me go back into draw here. Please tell me the hole on the left guy is not what it looks to be. I need to undo it. It's supposed to be a back. Let's just, so there's no misconceptions. Let me do that there. There you go. Hi, Alex Piratha. Is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to beauty. That's what this is. This isn't cursed. This is called evolution. That's what this is. Let's see about the little wings. Maybe we can do something like that. And then, yeah, there you go. Now you have little wings. There you are. I'm guessing with the anti-aliasing at least it would be something like you go a little bit of 50% here and then you would round out some of the edges. It's tricky to do floofiness. I can say that. And then for the antennas, it would be a little bit there, and then you would go there. Like that. And then let's do one that goes a little bit around. He's so cute. His name is Jeremy. Anti-aliasing, though. I do want to look at some... Oh, I'm covered. It's evolving just backwards. Let's go into peer here. And I feel like I only bring calamity. You bring a good time check. That's what you bring. If I go back up to here, we do have some examples of that's what I wanted to do. Something like this. This is from Nima Sane, I think. This is their... Oh, no. My mistake. My apologies. This here. This is the person. Irma Pixel. And then this is this person here. Let me slide them over so I don't mispronounce the names. But I also have, if in doubt, some references for also other bugs from other people, too. So there's so many ways to draw creatures. And look at this. Isn't this pretty? This one's by Norris. But bringing the idea of wings and a dress, I think it's just so creative. And then there's this one here, the bees. There's so many ways to do it. It's just how you choose to be. And I did that. Good. Saying that, I was going for more of a bee like this. I feel like it's more personified, though. I want to go for a little less, but you can see, would you call this anti-aliasing, do you think? Or what would you call it exactly? And it's interesting they also make the head yellow. So let's try using a few of these methods. Maybe that's why my bee looks a little bit cursed. Just a little bit. He only looks a little bit cursed. Let's see. Oh, they also use anti-aliasing on the wings. Look at that. So, let's take inspiration from this. I would just call that shading. Interesting. So this would be shading. Got ya. Yeah, I can see it. I also like how they go for more of a creamy look. Maybe that's the issue here, the creamy puff look. So if I were to grab more of a cream, I have a cream, I believe. Timmy, where are you? I need your cream. There you are. Adorable. And I did read that. Good. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So if we do, undo and merge you down. Yep. And then from there, paste you. Okay, you're not creamy enough. Let me move you here so I can see things a little bit better. Like there. And I can't believe it's already 5:04. Well, we'll work on this bee guy, and then we'll have to call it one. So let's see, a little more cream. About there-ish. Yeah, there we are. And then we need a darker shading. So something like, let's see, you there. Oh, we're already darker. And you get a little bit of floof around the edges. So what I'll do is, I'll grab this guy here, copy, slide you over, and we'll save this for the before and after sort of guy. So let's see. Remember about the Discord? Yep. Thank you for reminding me, Check. I would have remembered. I'm sure of it. But I don't mind, getting reminded as well. And looks like, I did read that. Good. Alrighty. And then for the face, you would do yellow. Oh, that looks so much more like a bee, doesn't it? And then maybe you just have the dark color there. I see it. I see it a lot more. And the little legs there. Maybe instead of this guy here, we can maybe add the wings up top. Maybe what we can do is let's see, get a little body. Body is a little hard to see as well. So we can have you there, and then maybe we have, let's see, you there, and then you there. Maybe we can even bring you, hold on, in a little bit more, something like that. Kind of looks like a Shakespeare type of guy. Something there, and let's see, it's open butter stick. I'm telling you, you just like food. I don't see it one bit. Let's go down here, slide over so we can do some shading. Let's see what's there. And to be or not to be. You know what? I like the way you think. Let's see. I think for the accordion guy, you would do something like this, right? Something to make it look like that guy there, and then you would have it kind of coming around. And then, there we go. To be or not to be. I kind of wonder about the eyes. Maybe we could do... go ahead and add the little... There you go. And then from there, let's see. You would go here and here. There, let's see. Beard. Terrible, I say. Move you in there, like that. Like so. And then we have the little legs. Yep. And maybe we can add a little bit of shading on the face. So we would grab this yellow, go down, move you there a little bit. That might be too much, but you might go here, a little darker. And then you're also dark in the dark area there, like that. And then I'm also thinking you get that there. There you go. And then from there, let's see. Maybe we can extend the eye out a little bit. I think it works in a way, like that. Let's give her like... There you go. And I'm getting flashbacks to the bee topic on the previous draw together. I just like cute bees and sunny side up. Oh boy. There's no winning, is there? We need the little wings. I want to see if we can do a little wing animation. The little wings, though, I'm not sure how we can do it. Maybe little wings like this? And then from there, we're going to need to surround you. And I like how they use blue here. So maybe let's try blue for the wings. And now that's the stretch. You're one to talk. Let's see. Maybe darker color here. Actually, let's try about you here. There you go. And do about you there, you there, you there. And for the wings, let's see. About there, about there, about there. There you go. Maybe we can even do something like that there. Yeah, I think that works. And the head is a yellow pancake and the floof is the yolk. That's not even yellow. Hold on now. Let's see. Back to here with the bee wigs. There's a few. I think this is more wasp-like than anything, but I like how it looks like there's a whoosh. I believe there's some, and you can see here even the small wings. They're very pointy, and I do like how they have that design. I was hoping we could find an animation I have. Let's see, if I just zoom out here and click play. Where are you animating? You're animating the worm. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the bees. Let's see. Undo, 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 you, and you. Where are the bees at? Oh, here we are. There's the bees. Look at them. I like how there's like a whoosh. I think that's something we can do. And this is just a spinning bee. Hold on. He spins. We also forgot our stinger as well. So let's see. Maybe we can do something like that. And then maybe, I don't think she needs a stinger. And I think you somehow mixed the eggs part in your message. Let's stretch sunny side up. No, I don't think I maybe I'm just overlooking it. There's that too. So let's see. What I'm thinking is, right? We have this go in. So it's a whole smearish. It gets swirled in here. And then like that. So we go here, here. And then we go here. So you would get smeared in like that. There's what I'm thinking. Something like that. And you would get in there and there. And there. So if I click play. Kinda, but I feel like you could do better than that. Could be a little bit better. If we do, let's see. What are you? You're Stardew Valley, I believe. You there? Yeah, Stardew Valley. For their wings, they go down, and then blend, and then up. They kind of wiggle a little bit, which is interesting. So, in that case, right? Maybe because it's translucent, and head is yolk. Got ya. That makes more sense. Yep. Let's go ahead and erase you. There. And then paste you here, and erase you. So maybe instead, and I think the reason what they're doing, or not the reason, but this feels a little bit more on the sub-pixel animation point of view, where there's subtle movements in the wings, not too many. The outline isn't really getting moved, it's just kind of changing. And that guy there bobs. And then let's see, we have you, and for you, what are you doing? Down, up, down. Oh, ooh. You go down, up. You start normal, then you go down, up, up. Oh, interesting. So for you, maybe what we could have happen instead is you can do you, and then maybe we can say the wing went back here. How does that look? That's not a good idea. Let's not do that. I think for our purposes, just kind of blurring the lines and maybe making this stretch out a little bit. So maybe something like that. As we don't really have to do too much, right? We just have to add a feel to it. So maybe this is fine. Just move it in a little bit here, and then add you here, do the here, like that. Like that. I think that works. It doesn't have to be too intricate. Maybe we can even add that there. That kind of works, wouldn't you say? It adds a bee feel, I think. If I had enough time, I'd give her a frog blink. I think she deserves it. And hold on, we forgot. Yeah, from a nugget in a bee's cosplay to a creature of majestic. It's always a trust the process sort of thing. Hi, the triangle. Thank you for the raid. A little unfortunate of able to add soon, but don't worry, we still have like probably 10-ish minutes left. Thank you, welcome in, and I hope your stream was great.
The triangle raided with 1 view.
Shout out at the AG. I can't currently hear the music, but I hope it wasn't too loud. There you go. Oh, I forgot. It is, what is it? Is it backslash? And then add, and then the, and then, yeah, there we go. Thank you again. Let's see. I wanted to add a thing like, la. There you go. And now she is complete. Look at her! And the blur at the top was the best part of the process. It had to start somewhere. Let me also modify her antennas a little bit so they're not too silly, because right now you can't see them. So let's go back in here and just add a little bit of these. There you go. And then maybe one can come up here and like this. There you go. And maybe that there. Oh, actually, I quite liked you like that. There you go. And let's just move you up a little bit, like that. And then maybe, oh, actually I'm not liking this anymore. Maybe something like that. And we'll copy, move you, paste you, move you, paste you. There we go. Okay. And what did this bee look like? Wrong answers only. Oh no. Depends on the bee we're talking about, but I think for now, those are my bee creatures. So that we don't forget too, right? Pixel art, but everyone looked at. So if you happen to have drawn a bee, you can send it over in the Discord. So if you do !SCORD, that is the Discord link there. And this is the Discord link for... Oh no, there's too many tabs! I'm being consumed by tabs! There you go for YouTube. And if I go to my Discord here, we make sure I slide down here. And then from there... Oh, it's way too small. Hold your horses. Let's go ahead and do this guy here. Let me double check to make sure the sizing is correct. So let's go to planning here. Let me go ahead and enable this guy here. And then if I slide this guy down a smidge, slide this guy over a smidge. Let's see, this guy over like that. Lovely. Okay, so if you happen to have drawn an insect and would like to share it, you can join the Discord. And if I go back to here, go into our welcome screen, go ahead and do a transition. You can see all the lovely people on Discord. So, hello to Blue, Cribe, and Cryban. Welcome in. And then from the welcome, what you can do is go down to the Pixelart study with me. The hope is that... No, I'm getting spoiled already! The hope is that by doing these study streams, it gives people a chance to, if they maybe want to get into Pixelart or start, it gives them a chance to just then and there, since it's only a mile away. Saying that, right now is the Wix study, so you click on the Wix study here, and now, let's take a look at all this art. So open in full view, let's make sure I don't get spoiled anymore. Okay, so let's take a look. So we have, oh, that thing. That thing! We have a little bumblebee. Like crap, this is adorable. I like how you did the wings with squares. It's the shape, it's always a shape language. That's really neat, and it's adorable too. We have one here, ooh, snail. I see. There was bound to be a snail, wasn't there? I like the face you did for the bee though. I like it a lot, check. Oh, let's check, yeah. I think it's cute. Well done. And that's the tiny bee, the small pixel bee. I see it. And then the small snail. Yeah, it's really neat how you can just see the progression as sizing goes. Let him believe. I do think it looks like a snail though. If you were to say, hey, this is a snail, I can see it being a snail. We also... What is this? Oh! Awful! And mandatory Bobby the Bobby's adorable. But it... Oh! Can I look at this instead? It's so shiny. And very cute. And this is by Carrie Nova, right? Hold on. Carrie Nova. Yeah. I like the shading you did too. How cute. Iris Roach. What horrifying creatures have you done? And mostly focus on recoloring. Ooh, Hollow Knight. Interesting. I noticed a sprite resource, and this seems to be... I'll have to look at that after stream, but Ed loves breaking down sprites, which is really nice. That's another neat thing about doing these studies is that a lot of people like breaking things down and doing a lot of research, so it gives you a lot to read at. For example, a Pokemon Sprite Archive. We have Collaboration Project, PMD Collab. Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. And Pokemon's Fusions. I feel like I've heard of this before. Yeah, and... I expected a Charizard, but it doesn't feel like a What is this? Explain yourself! Is this supposed to be a Bobby worm? I can't tell! And I am now exhausted. Ooh. Oh, there's the, what'd you call it? I forget the moth we were looking at. And then the triangle. You did a great job with the triangle. Slug? Bobby Slug. I like how you did the patterning on the... I'm gonna guess it's a butterfly because of the angles. And then look at the worm on the branch. Or no, it's a caterpillar because it's green. And then the spiders. Interesting. Very well done, Paolo. And the offended gas. Bobby Slug. And look at the crowns. Did I miss the... Oh, they do have little crowns. Oh, they're so cute. And also, it's a little hard to say because of the way Discord works, but I also see this light shading as well. I just read it. Take a look at the pattern on the wings. At first, I wasn't sure, but those are eyes. And then that's a mouth. And then that's a nose. And then those are blushes. That's a... I don't know how you did it! But you did it! Here I thought they were just patterns. They were not. Oh, that's good. That's a little scary how you managed to worm your way into that one. Oh, man. And then Gabrielle's little spider. The little blush is adorable. Thank you, Curie. And I like how the hanging off of the, what did you call it, the hat too. And the little legs. It's a high definition spooter. Oh, cute. And then we have bigger spiders. The silly faces are always the best. I like the pattern you use here, and then I'm guessing this is a moth, and then this is butterfly. I like how this reminds me of like a squid. I like the patterns. And then we have a big bee. I like the colors, and I like how you made it look round and fluffy, especially with the accuracy of the legs. This feels more accurate. Well done, Kimino. Well done indeed. And then we have, some animations. We have small bee, small butterfly. I like how you did the hovering, so it made it look like the shadows. And I really feel like maybe there's some sub-pixelation going on here, but maybe I'm mistaken. But it's really smooth. And I'd say that the most interesting Discord review in a while. There are a lot of participants. I'm very thankful, as you never know who's gonna, who's not gonna. Sometimes people just like the themes, sometimes not. This is really nice. And then we have, forward and backwards. Interesting. Yeah. Really nice, crowd. Well done. And then we have from Ame. It's a little hard. Oh, no, I can't zoom in. Yeah, the butterfly flaps. And is this over like maybe a sunflower if I had to guess? I like it, and I like how you managed to animate the wing colors as well. I struggled with the shading, so this feels right to me. It certainly does. And then, my bee, it's flashing. Let me try again. Let me see if I can drag this into, It's a little small, so I'm gonna see if I can possibly save image, and then if I drag and drop this, I might be able to get a, let's see, if I go into you here and go into my downloads, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone's. Let's go back into draw, and I did read that. Good. Okay. So, we do see it. Lovely. Hold on. This is from, let me get the name. This is Blue. Lovely job, Blue. That's really cute with the dancing. And the little crowns as well. Oh, that's cute. I like the wing flaps and everything as well, and the worm wiggles. Very well done. Lovely job. The big spider that's cuter than the creepier spider. And the little spider leg walks. How adorable. Lovely job. I think they're all very adorable. Let me go back into Discord here, and let me go into, where are we at? You. I believe you wanted to mention the jam? Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Telling you, I have a lost mind. If I do jam, and then I also do jam here. Yep. Okay. And we'll do that there. There we are. So, I don't know if it'll interest you since most of you, I'm guessing, are pixel artists. However, I am currently in the midst of hosting a music jam. The idea is that, and let me bring you back into, here we go. Where are we at? Never tell. I get lost so easily. The idea is that I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer. And the idea behind the game, if we go ahead and open up this guy here, and you can play the game as well. It's on my itch at the moment. I believe if I do !NECROTYPE, that should give the link. Yeah. And then I can also just link it here for you and you. I'm currently working on a rhythm typing cafe game. That's the character with the with the spider. That's the whole idea. And the idea is that if you're into music, you should consider looking it up. As if I go back to here, the idea is that this jam takes place over 2 weeks. So currently there's about a week left, or 5 days left. And at the end of it, if you happen to win your song in the game, it'll get added. And it's been blast for me so far. The issue I'm facing is making the song short enough. Yeah. I'm still not sure how long I want to make the spells, as in my game, the idea is that you have to type out words. In this game, you serve customers. That's where the cafe comes from. And then to type out spells. So that's the rhythm typing. So you have to type out poetry to the beat, to the music. And right now, I'm not sure how long I want my spells or my poems. There's the rules, the prizes, the notes, things of that nature. So if that interests you, that is there for you to look at as well. Saying that, let me go back to this here. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, Jack. I really am happy to hear it. Saying that, let me go ahead and hide that timer there. Anything else to note? Next week, let me just double check our calendars here. Yep, we're good. Okay, so next week, we'll continue to do studies. I'm gonna guess, I don't try to do studies on Sundays. We'll do it on either Friday or Saturday. So next week, we'll do another Pixelart topic, the Pixelart study. We'll also do some more refactoring, and then we'll see what the third idea is. I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. EST. So if that interests you, there's that for you. I cover all aspects of game development. And Vi, thank you for coming. Now, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'm going to go through the end screen, since I both live stream on both multi-stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So we're gonna go to the end screen for YouTube and then come back. So if you happen to want to stay around for a raid, stay right there on your seats. I'll be right back. Where's the button? I can never tell, but I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and have a great weekend as well. Great week.